Take me back again. Take me back again. Take me back where I belong. Take me back again, Lord. Take me back again and again. Take me back where I come from. Take me back. Take me back. Take me back where I belong. Take me back, oh, again, Lord. Take me back to you. Take me back where I come from. Take me back. get a rush just like a flush. My body ooze. It's so hard, so hard. Why did we ever have to part? But now you're gone away. Seems like yesterday we were holding hands and strolling in the park. Still I can't erase all those summer days. It warms my heart with thoughts of you. I keep believing you and me will find a way to make up. They say that second time around love gets stronger. It's not fair, you're not here. How could I let you break this heart? But now you're gone away. It seems like yesterday we were holding hands and strolling in the park. Still I can't erase all those summer days. It warms my heart with love in you. You and me remember all those years, summer days and dancing in the rain. Oh, oh, if by chance our eyes meet again, let's not waste another moment even. Seems like yesterday we were holding hands and strolling in the park. Still I can't erase all those summer days. It warms my heart with thoughts of you. Seems like yesterday we were making love and strolling in the park. That I can't erase those summer days. On my heart with na 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 na. Oh, oh, oh. Na 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 na. Let me not go out tonight. Light a fire, cuddle up inside. I just wanna spend some time and let you know what's on my mind. It's been 7 long years. Now the laughter's turned to tears. Baby, what's become of us? I thought our love was strong enough. Back to love where we started from. Back to love where we both come from. Back to love where we belong. Let's get back to love where we started from. Back to love where we both come from. Back to love. just wanna hold you tight, make love till the morning light. Back to love, where we started from. Back to love, where we both come from. Back to love, where we belong. Let's come back to love, where we started from. Back to love, where we both come from. Back to love, where we belong. You know, and I know that we both belong together always. Just tell me what you need, and I'll be the man you always wanted me to be. Oh, back to love, where we started. Back to love, where we both belong, baby. Back to love. We've come too far, baby. Back to love, where we started. We both belong. Back to love, where we come from. Where we started. Back to love. Back to love, where we both. Back to love. Oh yeah. Nah, let's go back to love, where we started from. Back to love, where we belong. Back to love, we've come too far. Back to love, where we started from. Back to love, where we both come from. Back to love, where we belong.
Hello.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
1212. Sanibonani endlini. Could I kindly have your attention? Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
down inside, and I fly to your arms, 'cause you're my river of life. My river, my river, my river. You're the river of my river, my river. So yeah, I fly to the river. I run to the ocean sea. I'm overflowing in me. Oh, the songs that I hear inside of me. River, yes, soul. And I run to the ocean. I swim over sea. To the river of my destiny, to the place where I'll be safely in your arms tonight. 'Cause you're the river of life. The river, the river, the river, yeah, yeah. River of life. The river, the river, you're the river of life. The river, the river of, the river of, the river of life. The river, yeah, the river, the river of life.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I kindly have your attention? Can we just make one final request? We spend the next 1 minute for those that are still standing to secure a seat. And to our guests, Lasesemnyango, can we just ask that you try and find a seat immediately so that we can then start our program? Sicela labasemnyango basonzele batfole kuhlala nabo kahle so that we can then kick off our program.
Muhle epha muhle. Muhle epha muhle. Sanibonani enzambama. May I greet all the principals in this room. Principal Sanbonani, Eswatini Principals Association Sanbonani. Siyabonga.
Siyabonga Vice President. Nembala kunendlela lekhethekile yekuvusela labo principal. Beyikahle into angowe VP. Because the relationship yami nabo principali is one that we will tell throughout the afternoon. Yinhle yona VP. Yinhle. Bekangithanda principal wami. So sitayixoxa leyo as the program progresses. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm seeing that some of us are still trying to find our seats. Bengingacela that we do so quietly because our dignitaries sekakhona and we are ready to kick off this wonderful gala dinner. VP, the guests look amazing.
Perfect. You look so amazing, Siyabonga. Thank you for giving it your all. It's a one of its kind. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much. Ligama lami ngingciniwe ngwakafakuthe. Ngisuka ka MTN Eswatini. Obviously, I'm a former student. And I had a principal too. So somehow, kune ma members labangani be EPA like tsine bantu besikolo.
Okay,
yes.
nice.
So that's who I am, and I'm glad to be here this afternoon.
Siyabonga. Thank you very much, Ms. Tiniwe. My name is Pindile Makanya, Vice President for Eswatini Principals Association. I am a principal Manzini Nazarene High School, and I am passionate about education. Ngako-ke ngiyajabula kakhulu lamhla kuthi sila sitokhuluma tindzaba letiphatselene nemntwana, because that is where my heart is, and that is where the heart of Eswatini Principals Association is. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, VP. Maybe let's honor protocol as well, VP, because kunema guests lamenyong EPA. It would only be proper to acknowledge them. And sibabonga lokwekuthi betile this afternoon. They could have chosen to be anywhere else, but they chose to come and be part of this vision. So we'd like to honor the Honorable Minister for Education and Training, the Regional Administrator for the region Lesigio Yagamanzini, Honorable Members of Parliament, both houses that are present, the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Education and Training, our valued and most cherished partners and sponsors, senior government officials, education stakeholders, our keynote speaker, moderator and panelists, designated guests, the entire executive and family of EPA, the members, and the media personnel. Mangu kohliwe. Awukamenywa? So, sitakunika nje leli thuba unyenye tivalo tintathu la. No, VP. Lento ofuna silungise kuqaleni. Yeah, man. Bese yonakala le mfuna uyibambela kuqaleni. Dithathu tivalo uthi ukavela unyenye ngeke sikunake. But ladies and gentlemen, on a serious note, thank you for being here. Ngicela nishayele tandla our dignitaries as we welcome them to the event.
Thank you, Siyabonga. We welcome you to this great event. This is Eswatini Principals Association National Education Transformation Initiative. We welcome you, ladies and gentlemen. Briefly, the initiative is a brainchild of a partnership between Eswatini MTN and EPA, or Eswatini Principals Association. Eswatini Principals Association, ladies and gentlemen, is a professional association of principals and vice principals of schools in the kingdom. We subscribe to quality leadership for quality education. Hence, the focus and our focus is on education matters, professional development, and full participation in the development of a curriculum that is relevant to the times. Today, ladies and gentlemen, as an association, we seek to begin a conversation around the relevance of the curriculum we are offering to our children today. So we want to ask ourselves those difficult questions centered around the quality of the product we seek to produce as a kingdom after 12 years in school. So the event, ladies and gentlemen, is also a fundraiser. That is why we are here. We are hoping that small contribution lesiendile will assist the association to grow. Yende naleminye imsebenzi yayo. I welcome you. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu to our Vice President for aptly amplifying and explaining the vision and why we are here. And equally, you then ask yourself why companies like the one behind us, the yellow, and by the way, VP, you look beautiful next to yellow. White and yellow. You know, yellow does that. It's okay. Yes, yellow is for elite and yeah, bantu that want the glow. But as I was saying though, you then look around and see private entities partnering with the EPA as an association. And the thought is the same, ladies and gentlemen. The brands, the offerings, what companies are now delivering and how they are delivering it. We are equally going through the same journey, asking if it is relevant at this time. Is it relevant to the people we are trying to service? So siyanibongela as EPA for constantly refining what you are delivering, because as the private sector, we are looking to you to deliver students, to deliver academians, to deliver people that will turn around the economy and be relevant in this day and age that we are living in. So thank you for being here, and you will witness a wonderful initiative. And we are hopeful that by the end of the day, if you are not aware how you can partner with EPA, surely now you will know how you can. Because if you are not justly Swati, you are a father, you are a mother, you are a sister, a cousin. So surely you have gone through the education system, and you equally know someone going through it. And we do want to have a Eswatini that is brighter in the next few years. At this point, singacela Mage Rejoice Nzinisa. Mage Nzinisa is the title Mage
Nzinisa is Principal Rejoice. Principal Rejoice will come and give us a short word of prayer. She is the Hoho Region Executive secretary.
Niyakubona ukuthi bantu abakethu nami bengikhona. Yinzele itsikabanikadi nami
And
nje
she looks so stunning in
She's
her
wearing yellow.
Thank you. You look so great, beautiful.
No wonder she's praying ingelosi yakhe is strong. Bambe yellow.
May I take this time and greet everyone who is in the house and observe all protocol. Our program directors have done a great job in observing protocol. So I am just going to pray. Before I pray, I'm going to read a scripture in Psalm 125, verse 2. It says, as the mountains surround Jerusalem, so the Lord surrounds his people from this time forth and forever. We are in the presence of the Lord. We are surrounded by God wherever we are. There is God who is around us. Whatever we do, there is God who is in control. Whatever we decide on, it is God who directs our path, because on our own, we are not able to do anything. That is why Peter said, we cannot leave you, O God, because besides you, we are nothing. There is no one who can boast of anything, because we are who we are in God. Amen. We have been able to get the sponsors that we got as Eswatini Principals Association. It is because God has been behind everything, assisting us all the way. Shall we close our eyes and pray? My Father, thanking you for the gift of life in Jesus' mighty name. Thank you, Lord, that in your hand there's power and might. Thank you that you are our Father who is in heaven. Thank you, my God. We lift up your name, your holy name. We are in your presence this afternoon in Jesus' name, because we acknowledge the one fact that we cannot do anything without you. So wherever we meet, thank you that you are in our midst. We pray, Lord, be with our coordinators for the day. In the name of Jesus Christ, I pray, be with everyone who shall partake this day. In the name of Jesus, and my God, I release a special blessing on everyone who has taken their time to be in this place. In Jesus' mighty name, thank you. You are faithful. Make us rejoice and be glad in your presence. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Principal Rejoice, for that powerful message.
Yeah. Umcimbi wabo principal. Unesizotha kepha VP. Nami nje sengibambe isimilo. Thine we went to school VP. Kusenganzi lamalungelo lasakhona nyalo sinemlangeni labo dalati. Thine nje mawufika late bosigubha sihlahla ususe nje timphansi. No thine phela. Thine futhi bothi mawulate ulikorobhe nje liholo wethu fana ulicethe nya. Manje nangibabona bo principali ndvuna bafika late kulomsebenzi. Angibacebe though minister ngiyabekisa nje. Kuthi ngicabangile ukuthi idalati would have been nice if nami I could turn it around. Ngithi ku principal bowl late principal sicela ugubhe sihlahla la at George Hotel la ngaphandle. Sive nje ukuthi njani lembo masishintshile but ke wasuyangikhuta president ukuthi no gciniwe sesiphila ku era of corrective discipline. Yini corrective discipline? Anyway, kwalenye langa lokho. VP, let's move on with the program. I believe at this moment, VP, you will invite the RA wesifunza ete atosimogela enzaweni yethu kaManzini.
Siyabonga. Sicela kumcela umuntu lomdzala longanga babe RA Chief Gija abuye ngembili asemukele esigodini sakhe. Siyabonga baba.
Asibonge kulabaphethe lihlelo angithathe nami lithuba lelintfo kodwa ukuthi ngibe sephambi kwenu la phambi kwabantu labafundzile ngi recognize ukuthi ukhona lo mele minister waka education babegama ngiphinze ngibingelele nababedlamini lo mele business Eswatini bo principal bonke labakhona ngibonile ngathi kunebantu abesikole ngibingelele bo principal labetawu in the future bantu abesikole nabo batawungena leti tulo ngijabule ukuthi ngibe khona namthi njengivusele bonke labakhona kwami umsebenzi umfishane ngawuzama ukuthi bemfishane ukuthi ngilonemukela nje la kaMazini emhlanganweni lomkhulu lomqoka kangaka ngesikhathi lesinema challenges langaka labhekane nabo principal ngithatha icontroller ke uma wami lela ngibeya khona bathi ngingishifu nangikhuluma kangiqalelwa isikhathi ngiyakhuluma nje ngithi ngathina bese ngiyohlala phansi kodwa lo ngibudako futhi uthi bawuthini lapha kodwa nalithuba lelihle lengithi nami ngitonemukela kodwa na ke ngingathanda ukuthi ngisho nje kunye nami ngitehamule inhlito yami kulamalanga siyathi bo principal nemathishela sibhekane nenkinga lapho sine challenge umhlabathi wonke uyathuthuka oyembili thine siya reverse siyemuva sesinenkinga ukuthi ke lokho umhlabathi uyembili nje ubuyele emuva futhi le speed lohamba ngaso usiya ngeku accelerator multiplier sitaw catch up yini ngilandzela nje ukuthi ngibonile phambi kwenu kusha tikolwa kuyinto lemqoka emhlabeni wonke ngoba live nyalo selibuswa ukuthi ufunzile yini ufunze kangakanani sine challenge ke sonke ke ungithishela ungumntala ekhaya sine challenge ukuthi lesimo sisicontrola njani babuye abantwana babuye esikoleni bakhumbule ukuthi nyalo live silibusa ngokuthi ufunzile yini bakhe recognize ukuthi ufunzile yini emhlabathini wonke ngitawukhumbula nje mina boba bebethu nami ngake ngafundiswa ngilaba khuluma isiZulu bebafundiswa ngilaba khuluma isiXhosa boba bebethu ngishito ukuthi ngishifle ningabe ngiphikise bovuma nje bebafundiswa ngemangisi I think the last principal bekalingisi kwakumr bangisengamkhohle person marks bekalingisi kuphethe mangisi kuphethe bekuhamba kwaya ke kwafundwa nyalo kuphethe emaswati nyalo netindizeni sesiyabona kushayela emaswati nyalo but nase ngibuka bo principal indvome seyikhuluma seriously nebatali nesive semaswati sesakha igap nyalo akungagcini ngani kuba nabo principal abangemaswati the next generation ngenteka ibe ingakafunzi nyalo kutakubuya lamangisi kubuya labekuhamba this is serious ke lokho lengafuna sibonze sikulungisa njani ngiyajabula nje angathi ngigibela isitimela lible ngingasathi bekunene abakangitshela ukuthi le transformation initiative bambamba ibheke kuphi mina ngizenje ngivumelene ngikhulume ngitihamulena nami ngoba ngento ngigibela isitimela lesibheke eThalashishi ingceke kanti lesitimela sibheke eNiniva lesi but ngidangivumela nje bekunene ningangikhiphi ngelifastela ngiworried ngokuthi bantu bethu ba rejecta isikolo nyalo bangconota kuthola ema short left bathengise ama drugs balime isango kubo it's fun lokwenteka kanye ku short lived lokwenteka angathi bongozi ukuthi ndawuthandazana thini nibambise live libuye live libe esimene bayakhala abantu la ngaphandle ngelive la kaNgwane uthi nange eMaSwati abulala live lawo lenkuthole njenyalo most students lebekaqhamuka from foreign countries bebafunza la most of them Waterford baba withdrawile baba mixa lamanye mave bayofunza thina sisala phithini angati ngilethi njani kuvete bonkosi bengingaketela ukona lokunako bathe mina njani ndo welcome lo mhlangano lo mkhulu lomcwa kangaka but ema prayers ethu lapho nje ukuthi nibo principal nani niyajabula ukuthi nani buke emuva nikhombe ukuthi naka lengakwenda live kulithethe from A kwalibeka ku B kuthi nalomnya lithathe ku B olibeka ku C ngaba kuhlungu nakini ukuva ukuthi bese lapha ku B ngithena ngisuka mina labe libiyele ku A noma libiyele ku North asathi usitathanda sifike phi kwami ngaze ngikhumela okunenge bangishithi ngigibela isitimela ngasathi sibhekaphi kodwa na ngimukela nje lokusho ukuthi kukhala kwami lokuthi siyilungisa njani le situation abantu abethu babiyele bafunze bakhona kumasterisha lo mhlabathi babe nabo ngilababalekako eveni emhlabathini wonke ngiyabonga bonkosi ukungilalela
kumphathi sifundza wakaManzini umphane Nkosi lophinza bengibabe shifu siyabonga babe emagama akho ngeke umuntu lomdzala uthi ugibele inkalishi lengayikhona ukhulume yona babe sikuva kahle and I think the theme of today is really around all of that, putting an enticing curriculum for the young mind to want to just grasp it and run with it, fully knowing that it would change their lives in future. That is the agenda for today. Siyabonga mphathi sifundza, sitawukhululeka esifundeni sakho, sitiphathe nakahle. Over to you, VP, to welcome the next guest.
Thank you. Siyabonga. Our next item, ladies and gentlemen, would be remarks from the President, Eswatini Principals Association, Babe Mhlanga. Shall we welcome our President?
Muhle epha muhle ubonke labalabo principal muhle epha muhle quality leadership. Amen. Program directors, looking beautiful, the two of you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to just make a few remarks on behalf of my beautiful and noble organization. I love EPA with all my heart. It is where I am. It is where I've grown as a principal to be where I am now. It's been quite a number of years. Serving as a principal, I think it's 14 years now, but I've been with EPA since 2008. I found a home here. I'm very comfortable. I cannot look elsewhere. Program directors, Honorable Minister of Education and Training, ably represented by the Principal Secretary, Babe Kama, the Regional Administrator, Ndwane Ngosi, honorable members of Parliament present today, our keynote speaker, Ms. Fanele Chester Fagutse, leadership of Business Eswatini, captains of industry present here today, our designated guest, Mhlonishwa Mushonyalo, sponsors, representatives, senior government officials and education partners, our moderator and panelists, EPA National Executive Committee and Regional Executive Committees, EPA membership, media personnel, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I greet you. Program directors, I'm delighted to be a part of the history that is being made here today. It is said that as we meet here, our children are not at school, but at home. As EPA, we reiterate our call that all students must be at school because that is their right. And once they are at school, we reiterate that they have to learn. Program directors, the Eswatini Principals Association, EPA, is a professional organization whose membership is drawn from principals and deputy principals from both primary and high schools in the country. The organization is fully recognized by government and also an affiliate of the African Confederation of Principals and International Confederation of Principals. As I speak, EPA serves as the Vice President of the African Confederation of Principals. EPA affirms effective school leadership and professional development to promote quality education, hence our motto or slogan, quality leadership for quality education. Article 6.4 of the EPA Constitution empowers the association to, I quote, participate in curriculum development and educational reform, close quote. As part of fulfilling this objective, EPA has undertaken a drive aptly titled the National Education Transformation Initiative. Today's event is held under the theme, Rethinking Education in Eswatini, Sustainable Educational Programs for Improved Socio-economic Standards. That is our focus for today, Rethinking Education in Eswatini. We are asking a question, what programs can we put in place to make sure that our country improves socially, economically, and otherwise? Being fully aware that everyone has opinion when it comes to matters of education, EPA has seized this opportunity to launch a conversation around our education offering as a country. This conversation acknowledges the positive correlation that exists between education and the national development. And it also acknowledges that no nation rises above the level of its education. It is the Ministry of Education and Training that is tasked with the responsibility of regulating education in the country. The mandate of the ministry, as articulated in the National Education Sector Policy 2018, is, I quote, to provide access to relevant quality education at all levels of the education system to all learners in Eswatini, taking into account issues of efficacy, equity, and special needs. Close quote. The Minister of Education and Training deserves applause for putting in place different policy initiatives and for keeping our education system afloat during these turbulent times. May we give the Minister an applause for that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm cognizant of the fact that we always punch holes. As I've already mentioned here, when it comes to matters of education, everybody has opinion. No matter what you can try to do as the leadership of the ministry, it is not enough in the eyes of society because we know something about education. We may not be educationists, but we have children in school. We may not be educationists, but like Niwe, my program director here, you have been in school. So there is something that you know, and you think what you know can influence education. And we are saying as EPA, we are giving you the platform to express that opinion about our education offering as a country. We respect that opinion. Having said that, I wish to point out that some studies have found that public policies that are designed to produce more education without regard to quality of the product might lead to more years of education but little lasting benefit. The conversation we are initiating today seeks to challenge educationists and civil society to interrogate the issues of relevance and quality of our education offering. This is the question our distinguished guest that we are asking. How is our education offering? Is it of quality? Is it relevant? That is the conversation. And we believe you are going to assist us as we deliberate on that. Program directors, today's event also serves as a fundraiser to enable EPA to host the ACP conference in 2023. We are excited to have been granted the rights to host this biennial African conference. While we are excited, we also understand the cost involved as this event attracts in excess of 1,000 delegates. On behalf of EPA, I plead with government, the business community, academia, and civil society at large to partner with our organization in this noble professional endeavor. May I take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to all EPA partners and associates for the support they have rendered to make this event the success that it is. Allow me to make a special mention of our anchor sponsor, MTN Eswatini, for the support towards this event we are hosting today. EPA's relationship with MTN comes a long way. Not only that, MTN has deliberately aligned herself with education, of which we are a major stakeholder. I am hopeful that the mutual partnership will go beyond this gala dinner to a point where our education offering addresses the needs and aspirations of our people. To all our sponsorship partners and participants, we are delighted to start this journey with each one of you and are thankful for the spirit of nation building you have exhibited today. Please enjoy the program as it unfolds. Thank you very much.
Ngicela niphindze nishayele your president, Dandla. Not only for his eloquence, but also the visionary leadership, because umuntu is tempted to believe that EPA is grown in bounds because of the people you choose to work with you and lead you. So, and congratulate EPA for that. And we can only hope, President, that all the things you spoke about will be achieved. Ladies and gentlemen, kuba kahle kwekuthi bakuthume namakwakho, so ngithe mangihleti lapha wathi VP saluhamba wedvana kenyalo. Nami ngajika ngambuka ngaleli so lethi okay mami. So angathi utawubuya yini umflo omdzala. Ngidahle nje nginitshela kwekuthi uthi uyabuya yini. So ningethuki. So ordeni lenfo. And the President, Mausho Memeta Uti EPA sitting the slogan, President. Muhle epa muhle. So, uyan kela futugutin pins, uti how what teacher, her head teacher, uti VP lapa, velebo head teacher bacho, hele kutingi bolva memeti sapan. Masuti asareba memetas kaleskabang, uti Babanvana madam memet. Uti MC agmenye, Banvana memetan. So kumemete mine president lelitafula leli kuba ngumphana bese uhlala nabo principal. Thank you once again, EPA President. In his speech, he made emphasis and appreciated all the sponsors, but he then zoned in on the principal sponsor, who is also my sponsor in my life. uNkulunkulu muhle bantu. Uthi nje uzihambela akunike isponsor. Bese siba yelo. Ungazikhandi unesponsor esingasiko yelo. Ngiyasho nje. Niwakumake emagama emfana emfundisi bothishela. Nizindle ngale mfana ngishoko. Nizindle ngesiphetho senu. Asithi amen bothishela. At this point, it gives me a great pleasure to welcome Eswatini MTN, our anchor sponsor, to give their remarks. Ngicela nibashayele tandla as they come.
Thank you. JA Eswatini would like to see Tando Fagutse. Tando Fagutse, Teluvele Mnyango.
Thank you, Tri. Program Director lo Papa Goronga Pilga. Sineke sebenza na yonke malanga, I'm sure you can imagine. Allow me to observe protocol. My name is Rethinking. I'm standing in for my colleague who would have really loved to be here, our head of enterprise, Magetandazile Dlamini. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it, but I think I will do justice to her talking points. I would really, firstly, want to take the opportunity, President, to reaffirm our appreciation of this partnership. I was made to understand that it's a partnership that started a few years ago, 2018 to be specific. And as a business, we are really grateful to be associated with the association. We are hopeful. This is a partnership that will continue into years to come. We are really hopeful that both parties will find it important to continue with this important partnership going forward. Leaders have decided to
theme my discussion or my presentation as a leadership value creation in times of crisis. And I think based on what I've heard in the last few presentations that have been made here, I think some of the reflection points that I would like to bring forward today will demonstrate the importance of this theme. I think today really presents an opportunity because I understand all of us here are leaders in our own right. And they always say when you're in leadership, it's always important to reflect. And I think today presents an opportunity for almost all of us to reflect. And I think the current crisis that we are facing as a country is not helping, but most importantly, demonstrating the need for us to sit and reflect. As we reflect, there's a few things that I would like for us to appreciate. It has been demonstrated time and again that in every crisis, there's a silver lining. In every crisis, there's a silver lining. And those who know better normally say crisis is the foundation for innovation or invention. So as we reflect, I think we need to keep that in mind and ask ourselves to say, the crisis that we are facing as a country, the crisis that we are facing as an education sector, how best can we identify the silver lining and invent? But it's not everyone who will be in a position to do that. And the reason for that is simple. Once again, those who know better say, when we are faced with a crisis, three types of leadership normally show up. There will be the leaders that are referred to as sheep. There will be the leaders that are referred to as victims. There will be the leaders that are referred to as value creators. What they say is the sheep, all they do is they are passive, with little contribution. The victims, all they do is to complain and complain and complain. But the value creators look at the crisis and ask themselves, what can we do differently to get out of the crisis? So the question and the challenge that I want to leave with all of us here, or each one of us here, is what kind of leader are we choosing to be from here going forward? I've already indicated that crisis is a good foundation for invention. There are a number of examples that we can cite. Others talk about the economic crisis in 2008, and they say it gave birth to companies like your Facebook, your Uber, your WhatsApp. That's innovation that comes out of a crisis. Labanye bakhuluma ngokuthi the Napoleon Wars gave birth to what today we refer to as ambulances and the ability to can food. That's innovation that came out of a crisis. Others will talk about what we refer to as plastic surgery today. What they say is that is an innovation that came out of the First World War. So all these few innovations that I've shared are a demonstration that in every crisis, there's an opportunity to invent or innovate. As a business, we have decided to be value creators. And today, in the last few minutes that I have, I want to talk about the Imfundo platform that we have tried to put together for the education sector of this country. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a solution for the crisis. As we speak, we have about 28 schools. We have about 15,000 students that are using this platform. 100% online learning platform. And the good thing is, we didn't do or innovate this platform solely for making money. But our intention was to create mutual value for the society and the business. That is why accessing this platform is free. You do not have to have data as a student to access the platform. So we invented this platform purely as a learning platform to facilitate learning, but we are evolving it beyond that, because we know that at some point you will want kids to go back to school. So we are now improving the platform to help you save costs, to help bring in efficiency at school. So in Zabanje notes, printing, there is no longer a need to do that, because this platform will enable you to upload any form of documents, be it your notes, be it your past exam papers, your tests, everything is in this platform. And once again, here is the beauty of it. Students don't have to have data to access the platform. The only headache that a parent needs to stress about is investing in a smartphone. And as a business, we are prepared to work with you to find a way to ensure that smartphones are affordable for students. So all you need to do is just reach out to us. We can find a way. Once again, this platform is designed to make your life easy. Inzaba nje kufika eklasini ubhale ama notes ebhodini, you can do away with that. Inzaba yepe kufuna ku printer emaphepha, you can do away with that. So ladies and gentlemen, we have done this simply because in the middle of this crisis, we have chosen to be value creators. And we are hopeful that after today's reflection, a lot of you, a majority of you, will make or take the same journey that we have taken as a business to be value creators under the current circumstances. Madam MC, before you kill me, I think I should hold it at that. Thank you so much for your time.
Ngicela niphinze nimshayele baba Ngomane Tandla. I am certain, Honorable Minister's representative and Litafula nje lonke lakho Minister, that you are truly understanding why EPA would even choose to partner with MTN Eswatini. And just speaking as Liswati, I do sometimes try to be objective. When you think about Imfundo and all that it can deliver, and if you are listening to Mngeti, the question then becomes to you as a head teacher, given a faster and quicker solution, why choose anything different? You can try it. I think for me, he's just simply said, test it. Some schools are using it. It is working. There are solutions. Be a value creator. Thank you very much, MTN, for partnering with such a beautiful, beautiful organization. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to once again invite the President. I was very excited, President, that I'm going to get to introduce a minister today. But no, I am told, so I have zero issues, President, to ask you to come and do this very special occasion for us. Uzi invitele our Honorable Minister to officially really just speak to us, but also bless this occasion. Ngicela nishayele President Tandla once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce to you Babe BG Babe Kama, Lobegango, Under Secretary in the Ministry of Education and Training for just quite some time. And recently, something good happened to him. I would call it good, but very difficult times. The authorities of the country found it the thing to do to appoint Babekama, who was Undersecretary Administration in the ministry, to be the principal secretary of the ministry. Ngicela simbongele Babekama. Siphinde ke thina ngoba singemaswati simlilele waMbhokane. Lamhla ke uMbhokane ukhona lapha bekatawuvela bekhona as PS weltiko, kodwa ke uphindze umbethe lijazi lekuba induna yelitiko letemfundo. Babe Mbhokane, siyakwemukela kakhulu babe, ngiyacela ukuthi uteke phambili wendlulise amagama enduna. Thank you.
Thank you, Babem Mhlanga. Thank you, Program Director. I'm removing this for many reasons, too numerous to mention. But one of them being familiarity. Ngoba in Principal Secretary, wetemfundo. But when I settle in fundo, so I don't feel like one. So maybe I should start by apologizing on behalf of the minister. She is leaving the country first thing tomorrow morning. So you can imagine now, we cannot be in a lot of places. It's a challenge, but it's not a challenge, it's interesting. Yes, but I think MTN, for obvious reasons, I'm excited that you are the main sponsors of this event. We are because they will make EPA or EPA's life a whole lot brighter. When we got the invitation, being under secretary will take. So I bought what's okay. I bought them for the almost. Mobile Abukuta PS na minister. So for the book na sigwam van. But in a mile and contact in Varam, Waka Form 1, 2 Form 5, which means I was a teacher, by the way. Those who don't know, I was a teacher for a very long time. I think as a ministry, we sat down and looked at the invitation and the theme that we are about here, that EPA has chosen, reshaping the future of education in Eswatini. So it's an appropriate theme, looking at the times that we find ourselves in now, the situations that we're faced with as a nation, as a country, as a sector especially, we are the hardest hit in our education in terms of what is going on. Started COVID. Sabuyelwa COVID foods. Sesibuyela kulesimo usichaze kahle babegija lesimo smart. Sasite of talking about the problems they are facing. What's saying is sabatangisha ngonde shwa mbamba. So we are ruled by fear now. We don't know what to say, how to say it. We don't know how to be right. But let's just hope for the future. Let's just hope. The way we view this theme, I think we, as a ministry, look at it as when you are reshaping education, it must go through various processes of rethinking and innovation in the education sector. And this will include wider consultations with a plethora of stakeholders. And that way you'll be able then to rethink the education system in Eswatini. We acknowledge, of course, that this gathering that is called by the Principal Association targets a wider consultation of stakeholders. The President has already mentioned that. And we applaud the Principal Association for doing that. Because there are a lot of people who have opinions about education, rightly or wrongly, or for better or for worse, but they have opinions. I think for me, I think in various meetings with Bonabaga EPA, I've reaffirmed the fact that education should belong to educators. Education, I beg it in a education. Now, when I was a teacher, many years ago, I was a maths teacher, by the way. Ben clear just lot maths pelang naslang as much I made meeting at me. So now I won't get a conbutamine. Ungang jelly, met ungayati. So Nanyala wants us to grab the education back from those people who are bambile. We tell like it's in a banigat by. Yes. And I've noticed that it's probably because we belong to kuhamba kwethu sibala panala payabona bese labangani bethu baqala ngoba ama educationists ngoba bangani bethu ngiyisa ama educationists hayibona. Yes. Okay, like I said, we view the theme the way I've said, which is looking at wider stakeholders and rethinking, relooking, innovating in education. In that way, you will be reshaping the future of education. Now, the rationale for rethinking education, I'll look at 4 aspects. The first one, we should know that education by its nature services life. Life by its nature is not static, it's dynamic. Therefore, for education to service life, it must also be dynamic. So it is a common good because education is also not static by its very nature, so that's why it's able to service life. And education has to be dynamic to address emerging needs and issues, as well as ways of doing things. Secondly, another rationale must be, we should know that education should acknowledge the pace of technological changes. And these changes, technological changes, should be in line with schooling. Schools are at different levels in terms of technological movement, in terms of ability to.
Thank you, Program Director. Observing all protocol, Mvanengos na PS. As I've been introduced, I'm with the University of Eswatini in the Faculty of Science and Engineering, where I teach geography, in particular environmental science, geographic information science, climate change and related stuff. I won't take much of your time because time is fast spent. My duty is basically to agitate you. Nangbona lel kama leba le palo lapa. Mbute babe masilela.
Ngesi Dokotela, sorry very much Nkosi. Kuma guest ethu sicela lo shayela iMercedes ASD 323CH. Unfortunately moto yakho ishaywe ngilamatshe so kungena emanti. So if you could rush, it's a Mercedes-Benz. Thank you very much. Over to you, Dokotela.
Thank you, Program Director. Okay, as I was saying, when I saw the word agitator, ngicabangela ukuthi ngaba uconzeni khaba kona ngathi kufuna ngi-agitate le meeting. And I jokingly asked one of my sons and to check what that means. And he said to me, Daddy, that means you have to cause a toy within the building. And I'm like, no, that's, that's not what it is, my boy. But basically, I'm here to just tease our thinking, ladies and gentlemen. I know I'm talking to the converted here. But I just wanted to touch on a few points. One of the things that I did last year when COVID was starting, unfortunately or coincidentally, whatever you call it, I was actually from Italy. I landed in the country on the 1st of March, and COVID was just behind me in Italy. It was doing all sorts of damages. And I remember arriving here, and when some of my colleagues heard that I was in Italy, I became somebody to avoid. You could see someone looking at you and then moving in the other direction because nobody knew what this whole thing was about. But here's what the point that I want to make. When COVID started, the immediate question that we asked ourselves as academia, what is likely to be the impact in Eswatini and where is it likely to spread? There was no data, there was nothing. But we had a few tools that we could use. So we gathered together. It was myself, a geographer, we had a physicist, we had a mathematician, a biologist. We came up to think about what we could do. But the long and short of it, we developed sort of a model based on artificial intelligence. Who knew that geography would interface with artificial intelligence in this day and age? We developed a model. We predicted right around March where the hotspots of COVID will be. We also were able to foresee that even though Shiselweni might not have the highest number of cases, but it was going to be the worst affected in terms of case fatality rates. And indeed, fast forward 2 years, almost 2 years later, that is the case. So that is basically where the value of science comes in. We're able to practically demonstrate, of course, assisting the Ministry of Health to put together their strategies. And I remember, again, we also came up with zoning and so on and so forth of the country, of red zones and so on and so forth, again, to indicate the severity, the likelihood of the severity of COVID cases in the country. And in one of the speeches, Umnagetu, or rather Umsawam, the late PM, actually made that statement at some point of those zones. Now, here is what I want to highlight just before I sit down. Kunento la ishilo PS about what education is for. I think we have to start rethinking about education, the very purpose of education. Is it relevant? What is the purpose of education? Some of the things, I like some of the points that PS made, but I will not reiterate those. But he made very clear that education is really to contribute to societal well-being. Whether you're talking formal education or informal or whatever type of education. Now, I quickly went to a report, World Economic Forum, where they are looking at the world's biggest problems. By classify economic problems, financial failures, deflations, unemployment, illicit trade, environmental problems, climate change is coming up with extreme events. And I'm one of the researchers, Nababuga logo. And we are predicting logo will be more and more frequent in the future, including droughts and so on and so forth. We can actually see it through the eyes of science what is likely to happen. So all these problems, some of them geopolitical, some of them technological, your cyber attacks, and so on and so forth. Now, all these, there's a very nice graph. I wish there was a PowerPoint, a projector here. You can see that all these problems are interlinked. In this day and age, it's very difficult to separate and see an environmental problem as just a unique problem, one study, for instance, observed Butsi crime is very high in areas letingolile. It's an environmental problem. The other one is maybe a safety and security problem. Very interlinked. Crime is a byproduct of geopolitical and other socio-economic issues. All these are interlinked. Now, what does this say to how we put education to be relevant in solving or addressing these societal problems? Because if we have education that does not address all these issues, then what are we doing? We're just wasting time. We're just wasting how many years of preschool, primary, and high school, all those number of years. We're just wasting those years relevant. Now, there is one point that I want to make an illustration of. I was following a conversation between Elon Musk and Babe David Beasley, who is the director of World Food Program. Now, the director of the World Food Program made a statement that 2%, just 2% of the wealth of the richest people in the world, like Elon Musk and others, what's 2% of their wealth could solve world hunger? Uyabuya Elon Musk ngoba ngiyamathi ushesha phendule. Uthi I am ready to sell my stock, 2% of my stock now. Only if you can tell me how that 2% can solve the world hunger. Balanzela ke labanye bende ma comments on Twitter. But from the responses, or rather the response, I could tell, hey, it's a very difficult, it's not a very straightforward answer. When the statement was 2% could solve. What's Elon Musk? Nah, I can take it out now. But give me the how explicitly. You could see, there's a problem in actually trying to explain that. Now, this comes to the issue with colleagues that I want to agitate you on. That the 21st century teaching, I only joined academia 4 years ago. I was in industry almost all my life. I only joined academia 4 years ago because I think I felt the passion to teach, particularly, technology-based subjects. So I'm from that angle. So luckily for me, I'm not just a typical academic who just knows theory. I'm from industry. So I'm able to interface industrial needs and, of course, what we teach. So 21st century teaching is not just about teaching, again, technology and everything, but it requires a number of competencies that we need to focus on as we develop the child to make them ready to face the world that they live in. Now, the key question then is, how do we create a system and conditions for learning for our children in order for them to respond to the challenges that they will be facing, or rather that they are starting to face even in this world? Now, I looked at there are a lot of theoretical frameworks for education. Honestly, I'm not an educationist, I'm only a scientist. But there's the four things that kept being highlighted in many of the readings I went through. The first one is critical thinking. We need to teach children critical thinking. So it's not just about giving them something, regurgitate back, but we need them to teach them to find solutions to problems, analyze, synthesize, and interpret information. Now, they are facing a very different world than we did probably 20, 30 years ago. And by the way, I'm also a product of Manzini Nazarene High School. My head teacher was Babe Makubela, who was deputized by Babe Mabunza. Now, they are facing a deluge of information that you cannot even imagine. My little son, who is the youngest, who is about 5, he tells me he knows about all the kinds of dinosaurs that have been discovered in the world that I don't even know. There's all sorts of information. So in terms of the information, we need to teach them how to interpret and synthesize that information. Creativity, thinking outside the box, being innovative. I think some of the points were made by the PS. Collaboration, working with others, because we are living in a world that is not only technologically connected, but the human population is expanding, and so are the needs to, share responsibilities. You cannot solve a problem alone. I just made an example of the COVID, where we had to combine physicists, mathematicians, biologists, just to come up with models. And of course, communication, which is also very important in how to convey ideas, articulate thoughts, and so on and so forth. Now, I have a set of questions, of course, that I want to pose to the panelists, who I believe are people who have, are from industry, and they interact with the outside world to actually link to what the education system probably needs to be. Actually, when I posted this on Facebook, some of my friends, Facebook friends, were asking, where are the PhD in education people? And then I had to explain to them that education is not necessarily about the educationist. Those are the people who know how to design curricula and so on and so forth. But you need the people who are on the ground in the different spheres of life, who will tell you that whatever you are taking out of there, is it relevant? Does it address the needs or the things that we see out there? And those are some of the questions that I'll be posing to the panelists. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, this is basically just what I wanted to say, just to tease our thinking on the theme for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dlamini. It sounds very nice to call you Dr. Dlamini Wiz. He went to Nazarene with my brother. They were in the same class. He became the doctor and Tiga became something. Don't tell him. But it's truly inspiring, Dr. Dlamini. It truly is, because I look at you and I think, "Ay man, I must be a Dr. Qiniwe, man." Yeah, see, that's the agitation you did for me. To each their own, guys. But he has said a mouthful. He has truly said a mouthful. And at the table I was sitting at, Dr. Dlamini, but botishela, nakasebenzisa le modeling, asekasitshele ukuthi sitawube sikuphi in the next 3 weeks. But all he is saying is that critical thinking is important. You need to stop and look around. He said, in every situation of crisis, whilst you are seeing crisis, some are seeing opportunity. They are thriving and growing. Post-COVID, there's trillionaires and billionaires that were created. We were looking at the pandemic years, but someone was saying pandemic years, but how do I make money now? So with every situation, think out of the box, be a critical thinker. And I trust you, and trust you me, I know your children are making you critical thinkers as parents. Being a parent in this day and age cannot be simple and easy. But thank you very much, Dr. Dlamini. I think at this point, it then makes sense to then welcome and invite our guest speaker, who in her own right really is an inspiration to two young women and older women who, like me, I'm older than her. But I'm still getting inspiration from her. Her name is Fanele Chester. I think the first time I met Fanele myself, and when I was reading your short profile, I remembered where I met you, and I was like, wow. She has always just stood out as a young woman who just oozes confidence, vision, and drive. She's a social entrepreneur and a development specialist with extensive experience in education. She's a graduate herself from the University of Chicago in the USA. Now, University of Chicago, ladies and gentlemen, is number 5 in top universities globally. She's also an alumnus of United World Colleges, Waterford, where she completed her IB in Norway. Fanele has been working on expanding access to global higher education for students, young professionals, and other groups in Eswatini and beyond for over 10 years. As a social entrepreneur, she has founded the Knowledge Institute. She did that in 2013 while she was still a student. Yes, please, thank you. Uyabona ke MC mawuthola bomake labahlele emva bashaya etandla ungakaceli bese umfuna ukumfulela zikhala la. Ngoba labantu bahleli lambili ngibhizi ngiyafunda ngijulukile la. Kuqhamuka sandla le maki. I'm stretching my hand towards you. In the next event, ngiyaprofessor make nyalo ibamba ugijime nayo. Utabuhleli la ngembili. Let it be so. Yeah. Asihlali phela ngalobantu abafundisi. Fanele to date has founded the TKI Institute, and I mentioned that she did that while she was still a student. She works at securing learners in Eswatini with over 700,000 before completing her studies. To date, she has helped students secure over 30 million in scholarships to study around the world. She is also, secure your seat in front. She is also the co-founder of SASA, a web app which recently won the Global MIT Social Innovation Challenge in 2021, winning a total prize of over 300,000 to date. She was a founding team member of the African Leadership University, a new network of universities in Eswatini, which has awarded over 12 scholarships to Eswatini since it opened doors in 2015. She is still not done because she is currently working on her latest startup, which is the Career Lab, which focuses on making global postgraduate opportunities easily accessible to young professionals in Eswatini and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm too all privileged to hear from this amazing young woman, Fanele Chester. Please put your hands together for her.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much to our lovely MC for that incredible bio. Sometimes I wonder who they are speaking about when they say out this bio, because for me, it's just everyday life. But when someone reads it out for me, I'm always shocked that this is me. So thank you so much for reminding me of that. And thank you also for the invitation to come and deliver the keynote address at today's event. I will say all protocol observed, because a lot of you here have been a part of my journey for so long. You know that I appreciate you as individuals, but I also appreciate the work that your organizations have done to support me and to support the Knowledge Institute. I would like specifically, though, to recognize a few of these organizations, starting with MTN Eswatini, That was the first partner that TKI had when we started working in the country in 2013, and it's a partnership that continues to date. So thank you so much, MTN, for all that you've done in the country to support education and to support, in particular, STEM education among students in Eswatini. I would also like to thank the PS, the new PS of the Ministry of Education. This is again a ministry that we've been working with for many, many years at TKI. I am always there sitting on the chair waiting to speak to someone, and they've never closed a door in my face. So thank you so much, PS, for being here. I particularly support what you mentioned today about extending the high school curriculum to include AS level, which will unlock millions of Emalangenis in scholarship opportunities for Emaswati every single year. That is a very, very bold move for the country, and I appreciate it, and we are ready as TKI to work with the ministry to identify which are those specific scholarships that are going to be unlocked by this new addition to the curriculum for Emaswati. So thank you so much for that, PS. I would also like to thank the Eswatini Principals Association, and specifically the president, who again has been a mainstay in our building of TKI. Mr. Mhlanga has been another person whose door I knock constantly, and he's always there to open it, to talk about everything under the sun regarding education in the country. I would like to say congratulations for being chosen to host the conference in 2023 around sustainable education in Africa. I think Eswatini has a lot to share with other schools in the region on this topic, and I'm very confident that your hosting of the conference 2 years from now will be a success. So congratulations to you and to the entire team at the Eswatini Principals Association. I would like to start my very short talk because it's already late. I was given 15 minutes, but I'll be shorter than that. I would like to start the talk by sharing a story from the past 4 weeks that has been extremely incredible for me and for the team at the Knowledge Institute as we work with students on a daily basis. The first of the stories is about Tako Nahlachwago, who is a graduate of both St. Michael's High School as well as UTech College, apologies. Tako Nahlachwago just made history for the country by being selected as the first Swazi in the world to be awarded the Rhodes Trust Scholarship to study for her master's at the University of Oxford. As you can see on the screen, this particular scholarship program has an acceptance rate of 0.7%, right? The people who have been awarded this scholarship in the past, this scholarship is the oldest scholarship program in the world, have gone on to be presidents. In fact, Bill Clinton, the American president, was also a Rhodes Scholar. They've gone on to win Nobel Prizes. They've gone on to do the most amazing things in the world. It's seen as the most prestigious scholarship in the world because it looks for the best of the best of the best in the world and gives them not only an opportunity to study in their field of expertise, but a network of people that can support their journey. So it is incredible that from St. Michael's High School, from UTech College, from the people in this room, we have found a Swazi student who is among the best of the best of the best in the world. But for me, this is not a surprise. I have had the privilege of working with students like Dakona for the past 10 years. There are many young people in Eswatini who are in your schools who carry the potential not just of the country of Eswatini, but of the entire world on their shoulders. They are in your classrooms every single day. So for me, it is not a surprise that finally someone from Eswatini was chosen for this honor, because I know that these kinds of students exist in Eswatini as they do exist in the rest of the continent. For example, you've got people like Elon Musk, who was mentioned earlier, who is building spacecraft for us to be able to explore other planets for human habitation, while at the same time, as a side hobby, building electric cars that are going to reduce the impact of carbon emissions in the world. That was someone who went to a public school in South Africa. We've got Africans who built the Mars rover, which is a car that is used to travel around the moon. That was a student from Ghana, again, who went to a regular high school like the schools in the room. We've got the first successful heart transplant surgeon being, again, an African student. When we talk about Swazi students in particular, during the pandemic, we've got at least 2 Swazis who have been engaged in research on the COVID vaccine, who come from schools like Mhlume High School, from schools like Mbegelweni High School, right? We've got Swazis who work in the top companies globally. It used to be called FANG, now it's called Manga because Facebook has changed to Meta. We've got Swazis working in Facebook, Swazis working in Google, working in Amazon, working in Apple, in the top 500 companies in the world who come from the schools that are represented in this room. So for me, it is not a surprise that we have students like Takona who are getting that global recognition in the world and putting our education system on the map. However, the topic of our discussion today is reimagining education in Eswatini. The reason for that is that all of the stories that I've highlighted are only drops in the ocean. They only represent a very small percentage of the total students that come out of our education system in Eswatini. That brings me to the next bit of good news that I came across in the past 4 weeks. If you could move to the next slide. I want to tell you about Luyanza Mzebele. I think she's here. Luyanza Mzebele is here with her mother and her father. Please stand up so they can see you. Luyanza Mzebele just won one of the first scholarships that was started by the Rhodes Trust. Remember, we just spoke about the Rhodes Trust. But now, to identify people like Takona while they are still in high school. There were thousands of applicants, again, from across the world. And of the, I believe it's the 198 countries from the geographies in the world, only 40 countries were able to get a student to get that scholarship across the world. Only 100 students from across the world were chosen. You already know that there is a student from Eswatini who is among that cohort, and her name is Luyanda Nzebele. Luyanda Nzebele is from Ngomane High School, and she spends most of her days at home tending to her garden because she's very interested in agriculture, and she's particularly interested in the intersection between agriculture and technology because of what? Because of climate change, as we can see outside. Luyanda Mzebele gets most of her knowledge about how to adapt what she's doing in the garden from Google, and not from the knowledge that she should be getting in her curriculum that is offered in the country. Now, this is not a bad thing. I want to say that very, very quickly because I'm in a room full of her teachers. So I want to quickly say that this is not a bad thing, that she gets her knowledge from Google. Because we are in the age of technology. We are in the information age. Therefore, instead of saying that Luyanza's ability to be able to get that knowledge from her phone is a bad thing, it should be that it should tell us that we should be doing something about how we are teaching our kids. Because at the end of the day, everything that we're doing as people in this room is for Luyanza and for other students like Luyanza, right? So how can we make sure that the education that Luyanza is getting is already building on what she is able to do for herself as a Gen Z who knows that if her spinach products or her spinach plants are being affected, she can go to Google and figure out what the problem is. By the way, before I move on with this story, during the pandemic, Luyanza was not only able to grow and supply vegetables, fresh vegetables to her community, she was able to take that money and buy a goat and create more income for her family as the family was going through a hardship during the pandemic. So how can we, you can tell I'm passionate about what I do. So how can we, again, ensure that the curriculum that we have is building on the energy, the passion, and the intelligence of children and students like Luyanza? I have a few points as I wrap up my speech that I would like to share as we think about this question and we continue engaging until the conference that EPA has brought us here for starts in 2023. So the first one is this. The question of reimagining education has already taken root globally. What Eswatini is doing now is joining into the conversation. So if we're looking for examples of what does it mean to reimagine a curriculum, to transform an education system, there are already many examples across the world, including in Africa, that can give us those answers. That should allow us to be able to speed up the policy process so that we can get this system in the classrooms working for our students. So that's the first one. The second one is there needs to be a breakdown of silos between the education system and the rest of society. I'm very happy again that we've got many members of the business community here, especially Babe Dlamini from Business Eswatini, because there needs to be a natural conversation between the education system and the business community and industry at large in terms of what learners are learning in the classroom. So that needs to be a continuous engagement between these systems. Thirdly, learning is now in the hands of the students, thanks to Google, as opposed to in the hands of the teachers. So therefore, our curriculum has to be student-centric. And not only that, it should do two things. The first one, it should encourage peer learning. Like I said, Luyanza was able to get the knowledge of how to do what she did during the pandemic from Google. She would now be able to teach other people, other students in her area of Ngomane, how to do the same thing. There's a lot that young people are able to do on their own that just need us as teachers to facilitate that process and allow the learners to also learn from each other. I'm very happy to hear that PS was also teaching other students mathematics when he was still a student. And I'm sure it's the same for many people in the room. Let us harness that power, because one of the strongest ways to gauge if you're learning or not is whether you can teach another person what you've learned. And on that point, learning should be project-based, right? So if we are teaching, for example, a curriculum in agriculture, NAMBOD should be in that classroom with the teacher, maybe in the form of the project that the students are doing, or even in the curriculum itself that the students are following, right? And then the last thing that I would recommend to reimagine education is to develop policy with foresight as opposed to hindsight, right? We are now thinking about a curriculum that Swazi youth are going to be able to use to build the next century of Eswatini. If we think about what do we want Eswatini to look like in 2021, right? Is that a century or is that 1,000 years? Can the mathematicians help me? Or is it 2100, whatever the number is, right? We have to build a curriculum that is thinking about the future. What will Eswatini look like 100 years from now? Who is going to be building Eswatini in that century? And how is the curriculum that we are passing on to learners in the classroom, enabling those young people to have the critical thinking skills, as our MC mentioned, the problem-solving skills, the collaboration skills in order to build this country in the next 100 years? As a developing country, one might say that Eswatini, is faced with many challenges. I agree fully with Mr. Ngomane that it's not challenges, it's opportunities. So in my opinion, Eswatini is in a moonshot opportunity. It's a moonshot opportunity to develop a curriculum that is going to build the moonshot of Eswatini in the next 100 years. What should that look like? That policy should be able to drive that in the context of the classroom. So we should really be building a curriculum for students like Dakona to thrive, like Luyanza to thrive, and many of the hundreds of thousands of students like them in the country. For example, for a student like Nhlanhla Dlamini, who is a graduate of Mhlume High School, who at 17 years old, he's 17 now, has already been building robots since he was maybe 12 years old. He is currently a scholarship recipient studying at the African Leadership Academy, doing AS level, by the way, PS, teaching other students from across Africa how to build robots and how to write algorithms that tell those robots what to do, right? He doesn't need to be in Johannesburg to get that education and that opportunity to teach other students how to do this. This should be possible for him to do while he is in Eswatini. So to close, I would like to say thank you again to EPA for this fantastic dialogue. It is really timely. It's an opportunity for us not to think about how much COVID has affected us, but how much COVID and everything else that has happened is given us an opportunity to build a curriculum in a different way for the country. Because with students like Nhlanhla, who is building robots and algorithms, we'll be able to have Nhlanhla become like the surgeon who just last week in America, again, an African doctor, was able to perform neurosurgery solely by using robots in theater. It was not him doing the surgery. He is a doctor that was programming robots how to perform that surgery on the patient successfully. And again, this was the first person to do that in the world, and it was an African student. So I hope that as we continue the discussions today and in the future engagements, we will keep in mind what the possibilities are, because we already know that we have the raw material. The amazing students that are already available in Eswatini who are hungry for an education that allows them to think about what is possible for Eswatini for the next 100 years. Thank you so much.
If you may indulge me, ladies and gentlemen, ngicela niphindze nimshayele tandla fanele. If there was doubt in the room why she was a guest speaker, I think you have quenched all that doubt, fanele. Apart from your passion from what you are doing, I am taken by the opportunities you have unleashed to Emaswati. When I think of when I graduated in school, to get a scholarship to study at Wits University, I struggled. So thank you, Fanele, for doing that for our young girl children and our boy child in the country. Please, again, Mshayele Ntandla. And the joys of being program director. Luyanda, where are you? Please come to Mommy, Auntie, please. Auntie. Please come to Auntie. No singing, Mommy. Waza Luyanda. I believe the house Sisi wants to see you. Ask Akboni enough. Oh, and the parents. Siyabavusela batali sifuna Luyanda. So si Mike sithe wathi wena. Ah, Luyanda. Ah, girl. Shailen Tandla. Wow. Okay, because you're Luyanda, you get to sit there with the one you'll sit next to on the left is an honorable minister, former, and is an MP. You see, you'll then sit next to Fanele. Next to Fanele, that's the president. You see, you see, Luyanda, what happens when you're amazing. Next to the president, ngumpane ngosilong chief, lopinzabeng RA. Lapha, PS, lalela, celeni kwa PS. Chairman of business Eswatini. CEO with Business Eswatini. So that's your seat right there. Get used to that. That's gonna be your life. So, batalista bavalelisa. Mommy, daddy, we are fine. Sit here, baby. That's your table. And talk to them. They want to talk to you. Yeah, just talk to them. Engage. Ask them what they're doing with their lives. Just for control. At this moment, I'd like to invite our panelists. I think after listening to Dr. Dlamini and listening to Fanele, you want to hear just a bit from the panelists, because we've made sure that we bring panelists from the various sectors of society. She spoke about the need to integrate and to ensure that there is no separation between the two. So the panelists themselves will really be speaking to that. As I am calling the panelists, can I also ask the drivers or owners of ESD 487CH and ISD 984AH to just please go and visit your cars and just make sure that they are okay. I will invite the 4 panelists. Yes. Yabona Luyanza. Ha. Ubuthi umhlonishwa ukuthi babhizi ngane eParliament. Mbu Luyanda. Please. Usitshele ukuthi uthini na uqetha la. Hayi. The first panelist I'm going to invite is Babe Dlamini Nati. He is with Business Eswatini. Please join us in Kwasi. You can take a seat. Umlangeni is also going to be joined by one of our young local entrepreneurs who not only established in the country but has managed to expand externally. He now is doing his trade in Dubai, in Uganda, in South Africa. But locally, we know him as the man that has put flair and fashion to entertainment and industries of entertainment in the country, Daladi Dlamini. I will also be joined by a panelist who is an alumni of Junior Achievement Eswatini. We all know what Junior Achievement does in the kingdom. So please, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Thando Fagute. And then almost finally, from TKI Knowledge Institute, working with Fanele Chester, please help me welcome Luyanda Mzebele. Thank you, panelists. Luyanda Mzebele, come, Sisi. You'll come back. You still need to interrogate them fully. There's your seat over there. You're the panelists there too. Whew. Yeah, beauty of youth. I will hand over the microphone to you, Dr. Dlamini. And you will run us through this session. Thank you very much, honorable panelists. I will then leave it to Babe Dlamini.
Thank you, Tiniwe. By the way, it's an act ningamangala nje nelabanye ukuthi in our teens best labela let's group yethu bathiwa shout of praise ishisa khotha that's when ngihlabele nje nyana. Okay, without further ado, colleagues, because it's time spent, we had been given about 30 minutes to just deliberate on the theme that has been well articulated by even Fanele here. I think Fanele ube young outshine and asosebenzisa technology. Mina sengibonakala sengathi ngisemuva ngikwathi kusebenzisa PowerPoint. Ladies and gentlemen, I think they are your panelists in front of you as introduced by the MC. Now, I think the background has been given. Everything has been said about what the role of education is, and of course the dynamics that we are seeing out there. I think again Fanele articulated them very well. Now, We want you, from your different backgrounds, from the different spheres of life, where you're from, to give us an opinion on the current education system and how you wish or even foresee the education system changing to be relevant to the needs, the current and of course future needs of not only the country but the globe as a whole. So here are the key questions that I want to start, particularly with the three panelists. I have a special question for you, Luyans. Now, the questions that I want to ask you, I'll give you maybe 5 minutes each to answer these questions. The first one is, just give us briefly key trends in industry, in society, particularly in Eswatini, of course, and the key skills or key skill sets that are required to meet those needs or those changes that we are seeing in society or in industry. And then, of course, how can education be transformed to meet those societal or industry needs? It's basically those questions that I want you to try and attempt just 5 minutes each, just to respond to that. Give me your perspectives from industry. Oh, you have a mic.
I have a
I'll
mic.
start with you, Ngos.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say good evening to all of you. Thank you for making us as Business Eswatini part of this conversation. I hope you can hear me. There is feedback. Somebody, can you address the feedback on the sound? I'm sorry, I come from...
But yeah.
Abangboni. I'm not much to look at, so you're not missing... Okay, yeah, I'm in my full glory. Are you happy now? Okay, first of all, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making the business community part of this very, very important conversation when it comes to education. When I got the invitation, I canceled everything because you go ahead. And I believe then, and I would put this challenge on behalf of the private sector people, is go back, talk to us. In fact, the ministry, by the way, to their credit, they always talk to us. We're part of this skills, audit, mix matching, designing some of these things. They include us, but also do include us now to say, industry, what exactly do you need in the next 3 to 5 years? And I'll tell you what I need. And most of the things that I'll need is probably mostly in artificial intelligence, technology, skills. And you go down the line, I'm telling you, you will need artisans and craftsmen, people who walk out of school, they can, and build things that are tangible and sold online, technology, here we go again. They don't need, I'm sorry if you're a lawyer, I don't think the country needs any more lawyers. I will always need them, but not so much. That's why I'm talking about let's rework the syllabus in a way that it will serve the needs of industry. By the way, the unemployment rate as we speak now for the younger people, it's breaching over 58%. And you are well aware as head teachers that an idle mind is a devil's workshop. Everybody says that, isn't it? It's a whole lot of youth that's qualified sitting outside, nothing to do, and therefore they get into trouble. Unemployment is you think it is bad now, the unemployment rate, and I'm telling you, and I prophesy, call me in the next 3 years when it breaches 80%. If, just in case you don't believe me, you've got my number, 7606-2004. Call me in 3 years because I'll say I told you so. If these things carry on like this, businesses are shutting down, confidence is down the drain, companies that were hoping to expand businesses are waiting it out to see what's going on. Those that were coming, they're saying, we're looking at alternatives right now, which means the border gates are closed for investment. Where are our children going to work? It's a rhetorical question because I know you don't know the answer. I don't know it is, but only that I fear for the future. But at least you and I know what's needed. With that said, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Yanda, I'm sitting next to greatness here.
Thank you, Kosi, for that. But before I hand over the mic to someone else, may I ask you just a question, because there's something that Fanele mentioned, the statement that made that probably some of these challenges are opportunities. What are the opportunities that we can look forward to and capitalize on? We saw through the pandemic that people like both Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, and others actually got even much wealthier. They are not in the health sector, maybe or pharmaceutical industry, because someone will think they took advantage of the situation. But are there opportunities that we can look forward to? Just briefly, 30 seconds.
30 seconds. I'm reminded, I think it was Abraham Lincoln or somebody else who said, the best time to invest is when there's blood in the streets. Basically, what he meant is when there are skirmishes and confusion, people are going crazy. That's when the investors should start looking for opportunities. But for you to do that, you should be in a different frame of mind, a mind that is hopeful that things will get better. Because, as you are well, are you aware that people are selling houses already? I'm connected to a lot of investors here who've decided to buy houses elsewhere. They're ready to bail out anytime. But the people in the real estate sectors are looking for those houses to buy them on the cheap. That's investment, taking advantage of a bad situation. You have to be in a certain frame of mind to see opportunities in all this murky and nebulous environment which no one can even see through because it is so murky, like right now. But the question is, do you have those eyes? Because I cannot give it to you. I don't either, but I know the people who are doing it every day, and they're doing it profitably.
Thank you, Mlangen. Maybe can I give it, because of the time, maybe can I give the next speaker just 5 minutes, 5 minutes.
Thank you. All protocol observed. Can I stand up?
Yeah, you can stand, you can sit down, whichever suits you.
My name is Tando Fawotse. I'm from Junior Achievement. I'm a Junior Achievement alumni. I will speak to Otela about one aspect that has kept me going up until this far. Entrepreneurship. Now, there's a difference between entrepreneurship and business. I'll just pick one factor that differentiates both. Entrepreneurship or business is more about making profits, making money, as well as entrepreneurship. Though, in entrepreneurship, we're looking at innovativeness and creativity. Being innovative, it means you're starting something from scratch that's going to work for the economy, that's going to work for the business. And then being creative is that we have found a method that has been there, but now you modify it. We have been having taxis, but now there's Uber because you just take your phone and then you reach your destination. That is creativity. Now, what we need in the education system is entrepreneurship. Junior Achievement has been very good in trying to instill the spirit and the culture of entrepreneurship in the schools. So now, I think and I believe we need to have such programs in the curriculum. Because now, in entrepreneurship, to answer your question, what do we do in trying to find my solutions and stuff? I would say the entrepreneurial mindset. When some people see a problem, you see a solution. There was COVID. We saw a problem, but there are people who saw solutions. Because entrepreneurship is another level or another way of thinking. So in entrepreneurship, I will be specific to junior achievement Swaziland because I know I know I've been in parts of all the programs and I know how they have helped me. So there's financial literacy, and then there's entrepreneurship, and then there's job shadow program. Now we need in our curriculum subjects that are inclusive for only financial literacy. Because subjects like environmental finance, I'm making an example, such programs, because if we go to another countries, we find that those programs or those subjects are already included in the curriculum. So we need such in our curriculum so that it can shape the level of thinking of the students or of us as Bantu besikolo, I will say like that, because I believe that you learn, we continue learning. And then there's entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship, I've just highlighted, is when you see a problem, a solution when there is problem. So I believe that if we instill the entrepreneurial mindset at a tender age, it's going to take that person somewhere. I learned entrepreneurship at Junior Achievement. I did the certificate in business management and entrepreneurship whilst I was doing my Form 5. I went to tertiary, I was doing high school. Why did I do that? What made it possible? Because I have exposure, I have information from Junior Achievement. Because it was a new course at Southern African National University, so there was no high, they were saying just, if you have Form 5, because I was restarting, if you have Form 5 and then you attach any other relevant qualifications, I attached my certificates and then I enrolled. Now I'm doing a diploma in the very same course, because where did it start? Back at high school. We need such programs in order to eliminate the pandemic of not having new ideas, of not having investors coming to invest in the country. The market is saturated. Why? Because the people lie. But what makes your puzzle different from this one? We need that mindset. Number 3, lastly, we need the exposure. Junior Achievement has a program called Job Shadow. When I did my Junior Achievement, Job Shadow is when after finishing the program, then they attach you sort of like an internship, I would say. They attach you to a company or a ministry. I was attached to the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Trade and the Registrar of Companies Department. When I went there, yes, it was part of my project, but then I went there to get 2 things. First, it was knowledge. Number 2, it was networking. I got the exposure. When I reached there, I made a relationship with the workers at first, and then I made a relationship with the clients coming to get help in the ministry. And then when I finished my high school and my certificate at SANU, I started my business of business consultants, which I'm currently running right now. At first, I started with company registration, and I developed a trading license, SRA returns and stuff. So now, I think we need to go back. The PS said education should be dynamic. It must change. We don't want the old system that you just being educated, you start high school, go to tertiary, and you go to work. That is the mindset that's killing the system even right now. High employment is high, as Mr. Dlamini has said, because of that mindset. There are no jobs. The market is saturated. We have so many teachers sitting at home. Tell me a business person who's sitting at home doing nothing. Even if it's something small, but the person knows that at the end of the day, I'm going to grow. I'm going to get something. We need that mindset from the beginning, at high school level, at tertiary, or anywhere else. Because now, everyone wants to be an entrepreneur. because it's a fancy word, entrepreneurship. They don't know what it is. Because why? Bafike bayikhanzise baletule eladini. And then they're messing up the whole the industry. And entrepreneurs are doing nothing in the country. So, we need to go back to the curriculum, instill such projects like Junior Achievement is doing. There are some other NGOs that are doing the same thing, but we need to be in a round table and then how can the government introduce this project at such tender age? Thank you so much.
Wow. We need to develop entrepreneurial minds, the entrepreneurial mindset. I'm reminded of China. China, of course, has the highest number of millionaires. And China is, by the way, classified as a developing country. But China has the highest number of millionaires. And they continue to, actually, even in the technology race, the Americans, although they don't want to admit it for geopolitical reasons, China is outpacing them. There's something that China is doing very well that we need to learn from. Of course, put aside some of the issues with China, but there's something good that they are doing. I remember one day I met one woman who I also saw on CNN, who's a billionaire just from waste. A waste billionaire, just looking at waste. How much waste do we have in the country? That's wealth. South Africa has even quantified the waste economy. They call it the waste economy. In the billions, that's money waiting for somebody to, literally pick up. The entrepreneurial mindset. Can I give you, Langen, Talat, your opinions?
Sanbonan, can you allow me to be controversial? So I'm going to be very controversial in my 5 minutes. The curriculum can change. You can introduce entrepreneurship and whatever it is, but you need political will. You need political will. If you do not have government support in creating an enabling environment, then it will not work. So people talk about market saturation. We have a little business called African Trade Link. We are in Uganda, Kenya, and in Dubai. And we are foreigners. And then here in Swaziland, I've got the best restaurant in the country called Sante. I'll tell you why I say it's the best, because it's the only restaurant in the country that caters for chronic illnesses. So if you have a chronic problem, it's the only place where you can eat and not agitate your situation. Anyway, so we have industries in the country and people talk of saturation. There's none such thing. There's none such thing as saturation. As long as we have vehicles from South Africa and elsewhere coming to do business here, it means there's business here. Simple. And when I talk of political will, I'm saying which industry or industries have been set aside for locals? None. We are competing with foreigners, cell phone shops, and everything else. So no matter how much you can change the curriculum, if you do not change the bottom, the playing field, and level it, there's nothing you can do. So when we registered our company outside the country, we found that there was a set of businesses that we couldn't do because those were set aside for locals. Not here. But also, tell me, what is the baseline for investment in the country? When do we qualify and say, this one is an investor? When? When they open a cell phone shop? You can't. Political will. So the EPA and everyone else can change the curriculum and programs and this thing and that thing, but the bottom line is they will come out and do what? And participate where? So I'm just saying that, you see, I told you, I warned you, I'm controversial. So we need to really articulate some of these issues at government level, and then we work backwards. Can you imagine if this 500 million was given to the youth, young people, grant funding, 50,000 rand each, 10,000 youth, go spend the money, chow it if you want. No one would be on the street because their parents wouldn't allow them. But also they'd be busy doing something. That's a topic for another day. But what I'm saying in a nutshell is that use us. We're entrepreneurs. We've tried. We've done something. And I remember when we lost Mfuleni Lifestyle through that flooding, I sat around and thought, what do I do? So I started a fumigation company, and I made more money than Mfuleni. Anyway. So it was basically mindset. So now you have a child coming out of wherever that they come out of. If that mindset is not inbuilt early, kubonema opportunities, then they'll never see the opportunities. Why should a guy come from Pakistan and see that you can't fix cell phones? Why? Why is someone owning all the toilets down the street? And all the people that are in construction are using those toilets, but who owns the toilets? So the thing is it's all just in the mindset. Why are we importing agricultural products? Don't kill me, Ngos, it's not you. Because there's a problem with the supply chain locally. So if you're not going to grow it, someone else will bring it in, isn't it? 6.8 billion, whatever. 6.8 billion divided by the people in this room and the people in this country, how much money is that? So me, I'm just different because I don't see that there's a problem in this country. So it's just a small country, so what? Singapore is a small country. The city of Dubai, Abu Dhabi, they're all small. We have to change the way that we think about our own country. Because right now, I have a seedling nursery and I supply the shops. My neighbors walk past my nursery to buy at the shops I supply because they don't want to support me. Yeah. I mean, we hate each other to that degree. So why should you go to Lancet when Umkolo there has got, what's it called? Lifespan. She's there. Let's have a long line, a lifespan, bangat nespatos sin. But you go to Lancet. I Gabi. But she is one of us. So we need to change that mindset at that level. Like I always say, we had a business shower for Sante, and I said, for the first time, no baby showers. Let's have a business shower. And people came with money, and we started with good stock because people came. So we are creating a culture of supporting each other. So we can talk curriculum all we want. But the bottom line is, if we are not able, grassroots, because now our government, we've become stepchildren. They don't like us. They need to like us enough to make sure that we're all okay. Every one of us. So me, I'm controversial. Me, I'll tell you the truth, right? And the truth is this. As a small country, we can do it. We can. Walk past the foreigner's shop, buy in a Swazi shop. Besa we also at Pela have the product. So kanza fishi me otvana. You know, the culture of closing. You know, one of the things that made us popular and famous with Mfuleni is we never really closed because Sekshailes cut Sekval. We closed when the last person left. Because we want to maximize the money we take out of this person, number one. Number two, we want to be able to be a place where this person wants to come back to, and we must treat them well. So when you come to Sante, we know you by name. We launched on Sunday. We have no space now. Shut down. So basically, I won't go much into the curriculum and the changes thereof, but I really feel that the schools need to use us we are entrepreneurs, create programs where you invite us, we'll come for free, and tell the children the exact thing, exactly what they will face. Because langaphandle, kuso, it is hard. But we just paint a picture of everything gloss and beautiful. But we have to speak to our government to say, you, Minister of Commerce, you need to address the issue. Show us the industries that belong only to us. Then when these kids come out of school, they go straight into those industries. And then the banks, we can't give you money, or credit risk, and what have you. What are you putting in place to make sure that you cushion that risk? It's like M17, they say they don't hire you without experience. Where are you going to get it? Where are you going to get the experience? We have to love each other to a point in this country where we are taking care of each other's needs. When someone, now they are bosses in their organizations. If you get a job in that organization, chances of getting paid in time, forget it. So why am I paying you 100,000? It's mindset. We hate each other. Like people say, why are these kids blocking the road and saying, you've created this culture of hating each other. That's me. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Wakhuluma Dalatu mkhulu. Mana ke Dalatu bo athi usilakithi waba controversial isicisha logesi. Wale kancane nje ngitshela amajaka ukuthi amajaka cishani logesi. But he's making a valid point that honestly the education system exists within a context of where we live. So the political will and everything is very, very important. One of the things that highlighted finally when she was making a statement was the various achievements lenziwe ngama-Africans in other parts of the world. Utibuta lokuthi yini bangakhoni kuenda la Africa. Ask yourself that question. In the few countries lengwa travelishile in Africa and abroad, I've met a Maswati who are space engineers, by the way. There are Swazis, all sorts of qualifications long akabang. The question is, why anga established lakaya? That's a question Lefunasi Stibuteona probably following on what Talat has just said. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe let me go to the last speaker again because of time. From your perspective, you've gone through all the stages. Do you think the education system gave you everything that you need? I know you still have quite a bit part of a journey to travel. But from where you are now, do you think the education system gave you... Do you think the education system gave you what you need and what sort of improvements from just the little exposure that you have now do you think can be made to the system?
Forgive me if I'll be long, but then I'll start from the beginning. I once read a quote, but then I don't remember whom it was from. It says that if you cannot see the bright side of life, just polish the dull side. The brightest side of life for us was when we went to school. The first few grades were actually cool, going to a place whereby we don't get paid but go there each and every day. When you got to school, you made a lot of friends, and then you labeled each and every one of your teachers as, called them names. Okay, you had the head teacher. The head teacher was the monster, right? The one you'll never talk to ever. And then there was the maths teacher. She's your enemy because she comes with a lot of equations. It comes with plus and minus and all the things you have to handle at the same time. And then there was the English teacher. You could get quite well with her if you had a good accent. But then if your accent is bad in class, the whole class is going to laugh at you whenever you try to raise your hand up in class. School seemed to be a very interesting place for the first few years, but then it became a boring place later on. Because one thing we lack as students, it is the ability to be unique, the ability to stand out. I once read a quote from somewhere that tough men create easy times, and easy times create weak men. What I actually mean by that, when bringing it to the education sector, is that teachers actually make the job easier for us. They never challenge us. They never give us challenges. They are always there, giving us and feeding us with information. Just once in a while, you should allow a student to teach the class and see how they perform when teaching the whole class, because it becomes so boring for us. I remember at school, we had a workshop earlier this year for prefects. There was a motivational speaker for us. We felt all geared up after hearing him speak, and we thought to ourselves, we're going to change everything in schools. We left that place with our heads held high and think that we could achieve the most. But then the moment we stepped out and started joining with the rest of our peers, we found it quite so normal that we speak Siswati. It's very normal that we'd wear our uniform carelessly just because the rest of us were doing it. We lack that thing that wants us to be unique and stand out. We always want to fit in, yet we never realize the fact that fitting in has never brought change. It has never brought creativity. But then students at an early age, like it has been mentioned here, they've mentioned a lot of things that students at an early age have to be taught entrepreneurship. But then for us, if I sit at home and think to myself, Leander, you're going to start a garden. I'm going to think first, how many people in my era already have gardens and how many of them are successful? How is mine going to make a difference? And if I think of starting a business where I'll be making earrings, maybe from things that people draw away, I'm going to think, who's going to support me? They'll think it's a crazy idea because nobody else is doing it. At least nobody who's famous is doing it. So, okay, going back to school. I think school has to be a place that is made interesting for students. We think that school is going to be interesting when you eat good food, but then school is going to be interesting when teachers challenge their students, give them challenges. And I know it sounds silly, but for me, I might be in Form 5, but I really enjoy it when I've written work, and then my teacher writes a big excellent or a big good on my work. I really feel like it's a big achievement. Or those stickers that you just make and test. Most students like it. I have seen my students in class, they really get excited when they have a good. Yes. In terms of how the education system in our country, has it provided me all the things that I needed? No, it didn't. My teachers tried the best. I think I'm actually in one of the best schools in the country. But not everything has been catered for, because I think that if education is to be effective, it should accommodate each and every student in class. We shouldn't be focusing only on the students who are smart, brilliant, but we should be focusing on everyone of the students, because some students feel left out in class because teachers are always concentrating on the students who make it best in class. Fine, it is really good to receive the glory of being a student who receives A stars and everything, but then for a moment, appreciate the students who got a 50 now, because in the past, we're just getting straight Fs. If a student progresses from 40 to 50, appreciate that little difference that that student has made. Yes. And my education, the education system, I don't think it provides students a platform whereby they can actually express their own opinions and views. Okay, exclude debates and everything else. Maybe if there was a platform whereby students could, maybe a show on TV or something whereby students would come and just talk about the problems and issues they face in school, so that most teachers could know them, because innovative ideas come from different people. And then one thing we have to acknowledge is that not only educated people are the ones who knows solutions to problems. Everyone's effort and everyone out there's opinion matters, regardless of how illiterate they are. Life is not for the literate, but it's for everyone. Because just like our fingers are not equal, it means that all of us in this life will not be equal, but then the investment that will be made by each and every one person is important. Just like a tree. A tree has a lot of roots beneath it. It will not survive if it has roots that are brought by people who are literate. But then the other people who are not literate as well, they should be considered. Our parents back at home, some of them might have not got the opportunities we have, but then we should value their opinions, and teachers should value their opinions as well. Yes. I think preaching my dad that education has to involve everybody, and students have to be taught to nurture their own talents such as working with their hands, gardening, handwork, and everything else. There are a lot of them. Just encourage those little efforts. If your student is good at drawing, maybe she draws while you teach in class, do not yell at them. Just appreciate that. Because that little sentiment, it can make a difference to that student. Yes, appreciate those little talents they have. And then, last but not least,
Program director.
Okay, thank
but
you.
there are some very important points that you made, that I really love. Perhaps the current system doesn't really push you to think out of the box. I think that's one very key thing for me that probably we need to look at. And of course, the issue of the other soft skills. I think sometimes we forget the soft skills. You can be sharp and everything, but if you don't have the other the soft skills, that child is not likely to make it in this tumultuous world that we currently live in. And again, the issue of the uniqueness of the individual. Our education system, the setup doesn't really accommodate that. It just says, who's the best? Yeah, merit. Not admit. So that probably is what she was referring to. So I want to, thank my panelists for sharing their ideas. Of course, we could talk about the education system, but I think this was just a brain teaser. And of course, we can applaud the EPA for coming up with this thinking and initiating this. We need to give them a hand. Because as we move towards, other people call it Education 4.0, basically trying to align with the fourth industrial revolution, we need to start thinking about some of these things. So thank you very much again, distinguished panelists, for your contributions. And again, thank you very much. Over to you, Program Director.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Please put your hands together again for them. My thoughts are, after such a very interactive session, thought-provoking as well, I would love to introduce Mdura. If you don't know Mdura, kufana nokuthi awadi ukuthi ngibani isikele emlandlini. Sekwaba nabo MP skelem yibantu. Mdura, please come join us on stage. Mdura needs no introduction. He is one of our own, a local man who has made comedy into his business and life. He's just funny even if umbuka nje. So please, over to you, Mdura.
Thank you so much. Please give it up for our lovely MC for the night, afternoon. I know we can do better than that. Can you please give a huge round of applause for our MC? Kunabo principals. Sekufuna ngikhulume isingisi. Ngiyayithanda ifocus yabo principal ukuthi ngisho kushaya imatshi bahlala. Uyathi bahlala man. uyathi kube ngithi ngabe sivele sagcwala iganga uyathi kukhale ematshe like it wasn't even hail, these were rocks. Uyathi bo principal yathi ukuthi angibite ngabo principal secretary yathi livele nahlala yathi bese worried thina we very mina ngithi nangemoto ngitenge bus but bese ngiworried ngisila ngaphandle ithi imoto tethu but ngakhumbula ngathi so every time bangibambe sengiphuma lana bathi sicela iMercedes ASD bani bangibamba bahlala phansi bhutwe match ngahlala ke cause bese ngicela kumanifesta uyabona before info yendeke kufuna uanticipate so base nje base Mercedes bani sicela uphume ngaphandle bhuti ngaphuma bangikhute bathi bo Asha sicela uhlale ngaphansi bhuti uhamba ngebhasi cause sengiyamanifesta into ufuna uyimanifeste ingakendeki before it happens you need to manifest something. You need to manifest. Khona lesidibene naye lengaphandle nangiphuma nami ngiyocheck imoto yami. Semaspuma because you know the things that we learn when we're growing up it's difficult to unlearn. Lo unlearn benge ngimsebenze but kunabo principal so I must make sure my grammar is. Kube ngisesonto bengeke ngithi unlearn bengidathi khona timvu lokufuna sina utifuzile bese uyatilahla. But kunabo principal asilahli namhla siya unlearn. Siya unlearn. Cela ngishayele tanda bo principal. Angathi leni but sibashayele tanda nje. Khona lengiphumela ngathi ukuthi bekungiprincipal noma bekungideputy but semasidibana wasinakafika emotweni yakhe ngagatsa ukuthi ugatsa umonakalo kanti nana sibelithuma ovala tibuko. Angithi bogogo ayabona kubaLiswati letibuko lemoto bese ivele itivalile angisithi imoto mbamba mawuyipaka letibuko bese tiyavala bese setiyavala tilingisa umnyango wase Riverstone lokuthi na ucetha konke uyativalela asinakafika lapha deputy wami I think bengazithi na deputy bekungi HOD le ngiphume nayo uthi akafika HOD I think utiphulile futhi ngoba utivalile uthi imbonyile wasutivala ngeSoviet. Hey, Kokwakha ngaba proud. Kokwakha ngaba proud. I was raised by a very strict man. My father was a mechanic before he retired. Bo mechanic again aba retire per se. They just take a few days of absence from formal work. Because my father babeka heavy machinery like the kulumba, what's the other thing that the excavators, that is what my father used to fix. Nyalo baba kade ndzaba nokuthi kusinakufe microwave ayilungise. Asinakutsa kuyilungisa ingasashisi vele ibanze. He just must feel useful. My father is a very strict man. So when he raised me, he had one threat. And that threat clearly worked for him. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here in front of employed people. You don't just stand in front of employed people. So my father had one threat as a mechanic, and it worked all the time. It worked. Babe, bekangibuka la mehlweni masengicala kubhayiza. Athi mfana wami ngumikise senmax ukuthi uyofunza ufunze kahle but ngathi uhlungulibalela and now utaqhubeka ulibala emfana wami ngidakhenika. And that threat worked because babe bekayisho le threat agcoke ba overall. Aphethe toolbox. Ubona ukuthi uDlamini is ready to fix me right now. And what worked with this threat was that skhathi nelanga bengingaladi ukuthi utangifix because babe bekasho Monday athi mfana wami ngifuna ukukhenika. Ngithi oh baba bathi hayi namhla mfana Friday. So there's the torture between the Monday and the Friday. And like I said, my father, bekalungisa Gulumba. So nangabe umati gearbox was Gulumba. Kusunganan besum conversion nam nganani. You can imagine the damage that he can do. And I never said he was a good mechanic. Bekwenteka tikhulumba tifike kumlangeni batishayele bathi mlangeni sicela usilungisele nasi sikhulumba nasi. After 3 months isikhulumba sijike sebasitfonsa. So imagine during the whole time ukuthi ingabe umlangeni makangilungisa, will I come out all right? Noma ngidawuphuma sengivuta bo-oil. That was my struggle. I was a very strict man. He was a very strict man. My father, bengilala a sitting room. I grew up in a 2-bedroom house. So I've got 5 sisters and then it's me. I was the only boy for a very long time. So bengilala sitting room. So babe bekahlafuna show off anaknema visitors. You know the thing that white people say to their kids, or people that have big houses, the thing they say to their kids, nangabe kunebantu, I said, go to your room. It was the most confusing thing for me because bengilale emva kwe room divider. Because for black people, a room divider literally divides the room. So bengiba confused nakathi babe nakunethi vakashi asi emfana wami go to your room. Ngithi mina but ngikhona khona. It was the most confusing thing. My father is also a pastor in church because boba belaba strict nje. Naturally they follow that trajectory because he's a disciplinarian. Even in church he needs some type of position. Ngilabo MC labatibekako labasuka esonweni bangakabitwa ngumuntu babona umfundisi ngasolet basuke basi we are in the presence yasep khoneni benkosi. You know those MCs I from church. I call them Boputemba. Every church has a Putemba. Putemba ngilo puti who wants to out Christian everyone. Asho ngembulambula yakhe lebhlwe ngangela asho ngena khuphuka Putemba is the guy that as a pastor, you want Putemba to be on your side because he's more like your Bobo principal Ndangiva is more like your deputy. Ufuna ahlale on your side because Putemba nakakwatile uthrow ema subliminals to the pastor ukuthi namhla ngikwatile. You can see from the things that Putemba does. Kusukuma umfundisi afika athi basalwane uma sitawukholwa silandzele lifu lenkosi sonke siyawungena esulwini bese uyasukuma Putemba athi abanye baya ngale abanye baya abahambi bonke kusho Putemba ucabene nemfundisi. Putemba is that guy. Putemba is that guy. Losinaka sacabene mfundisi asinaka sumfundisi ngawucela abazalwane nisukuma ngathi bafundisi bathanzelani lokuthi nabase bafuna sinikele bafuna sihlabele ingoma lemnanzi kanti sina sikajabuli siyawukhipha imali yethu lapha usinaka sumfundisi ngawucela ukuthi nisukume bazalwane nicela iculo lelinemandla iculo lenjabulo nisukume nilesimnikelo yenu athi Putemba sukuma licale icala bangakalicali praise team athi angi nago okwanele kodwa ke sengiza kunika ucabene nemfundisi Putemba cabene nemfundisi Putemba awufuni Putemba cabene nemfundisi. I grew up in church so I know these things. So, by growing up in church, by default, my default settings when I listen to music, by default, gospel yethu yala Eswatini ayifanani na nawuhamba kulamanye mave. If you've had the privilege to explore and listen to other things, when you listen to international gospel, it hits different. Inale message le direct let's ayidile nalesimo sakho ngaleso sikhathi ngisho bahlabela they are straight to the point. I was glad, very glad when they said to me Let us go to the house of the Lord. Uva kufika lokujabula nje lokuthi basho kuwe direct abak-SMSelanga basho kuwe. Bathi let's go to the house of the Lord. When you're going through troubles, ulalele bo Mary Mary, you can listen to the message and eventually apply it directly to what you're going through. Now, but there will be mountains that I will have to climb, and there will be battles that I will have to fight. But victory and defeat, it's up to me to decide. But how can I expect to win if I didn't try? As I'm getting volume now, I just can't give. Give up anyalo. Come too far from where I start. You've come too far. You're a temporary teacher. Principal nyalo. I said, nobody told me the road. Ushogena, angsukulabanye mave, ushogena itani neni travel. Nobody told me the road would be easy, and I can't believe he's brought me this far. Uve ukuthi ngishahlabela umhlabele le spelling takhe ti right kula ma lyrics. Ungakambona phala uve but the spelling best right less. Wafunza illiterature yabo Macbeth. Uve kumnanzi uve ukuthi yale tinkinga lenginato sengingadenca. Bese uyabuya la kangwantula le gospel. Unetinkinga. Unetinkinga. Uthi ayivula iredo kuvele nje kugele bajele kasileli gazi lekabo Jesu lababe wani lababe gospel. Wani netinkinga umve ngomeni ungena uthi yelababe yini leyo wani. Hayi ke mazayoni akanenzabe mazayoni ukuthi osinje Timomo osiphelane. Uzafuna inspiration nje osinje Timomo azayoyicetha lengoma. I used to one of my favorite groups growing up was Ngandweni, because they were doing the most in the country and outside the country, and then it's ingoma isemnanzi usayi enjoya abese uyakhala umhlonisho. And then I started analyzing this whole thing. It's no man. I mean, I'm a deep thinker. I think so. I got into it. I just can't even busy for my prep, but if prep teacher, I'm never ngabe nakakhala umhlonisho ukhala nakwende njani ukhala kanjani ukhalelani. Because a lot of people kept saying, Holy Spirit, then he cries, then abakhalngani bukek Franklin. Abakhalngani bo bibi winans. Tulele nangabe Holy Spirit. But the Holy Spirit I see maswati kuphela. Holy Spirit yayethu songela emhlabeni. Fara lendloti bathi liyakufuna mbamba likulanza ngisho se-America ul-American. Bukathi limendani Kanye West. Lindlota linenzaba. Ukhanze Van Damme bamshaya ucansi bamshaya yini lindloti limjikele. Alinenzaba ukuthi uLswati noma uyini. Bukathi Trump ubuthi lindloti belimendana sisengipresident. Bekumasuye Trump bekumele ukuthi ayothwasa. Alinenzaba phela ne-race lindloti alisile kusiphela. So I used to listen to the messages. Then I noticed that he used to cry back then when Ngandeni was very poor. He was the only one who was employed. Was the only one. Ang-12 lamba kwakhe ma-backup singer kumele bagibele ngaye nakuphela le concert. Kusethe-ke ama-7 seater ngaleso sikhathi. And the songs he used to cry when the songs where he used to cry. Ngilethi ngoba bekhuluma vele ngelisizwe. Mtumi senja. Bekabe siyakhumbula nakababuka la ngemuva. Abuka nje bavela kusingabe kwabele bacazi bathi awugibela ngala mfana. Mtumi senja. Ngabe imali ngayithatha. Nikhethe isikhathi esirong sekudla. Lokudla in good English, lokudla kutawuriveta. Wasende ma-email. So things started changing. Over time, they started winning international awards. They started making it. Umhlonishwa wakhe triple story. Uyathi nathi wakhe triple story ufike ubakhanze bakhe i-double story ufike uthi hayi man ngizwa ngathi ningachubeka. They were okay. He stopped crying. Even when you listen to the songs he started singing there, he stopped crying in those songs. He started singing songs that were telling people to get away from him because he was fine now. Tetani anginazi akasasathi ngithi sukani phambi akasanathi. These people, when they sing these songs, they're singing about their real situations. If you remember, even Polocha, when he started out, he used to cry a lot in the songs before he started making it. He used to cry a lot. In voice, say, iyakhala in voice. Ayikwati kusoma. Itasoma njani ngenamali. Then over time, the song started changing because it was fine. Stop crying. Ngithatha lapha. Hangbeke lapha. Angsuse lapha. Hangbeke lena. From zero, ushi bank account, to hero, he was okay at that time. And then you have our announcers or DJs on the radio. There was this one guy, I won't mention his name, you'll just know. You just know from what I'll say. This guy didn't care when he was introducing songs on radio. Would say, we male artist, we female artist, we group, we international, we local. He didn't care. Every artist gets the same thing when he's introducing the song. Ngisukela lapha ke ngisukela lapha ngilanzeke kubantwana basekhaya ngilanzeke lapha abantwana ngibathatha esigodini sinamandla eshiselweni ngilanza ekhaya kubafana beMichael Jackson ke lapha that guy didn't care kusuka manje ngilanza abantwana basekhaya kubafana beRihanna ke neDrake lapha bathi ke lapha abantwana ke basekhaya eplatini labo leli delibhethu lashisa ke tikhothe bathi ke lapha work. And then he tries to find something relevant to the title of the song, something that would be relevant in real life. Athi ngidawulanza abafana basekhaya ubafana beRihanna neDrake bathi ke lapha work. Somebody yasebenza ka works and then when the song comes in, the time when you must now listen to the song will come in. Gong 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 gong. Work ndawusuka ke manje lapha kunesimemetelo embi kwami. Bayathiswa ke bo principal ukuthi ke EPA uyababita kusasa eTimes George Hotel gong 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 gong. Nangabe ubona principal umbambe ngesandla umtshele ukuthi masiphula siyahamba siya ku meeting yebo principal gong 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 sikhathi ke sekucala ngo3:30 Nzambama noma ke ekseni party ke ngicabanga ukuthi kusenzambama gong 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 nangabe babu wakho ke noma mama wakho ke ngiprincipal umbambe ngesandla umtshele ukuthi lokunye ke lokukhona kunengomo leseyilahlekile ke lapha. And then lengoma by the time iphela awukeva lutho but he will make sure at the end ukuthi kuphuma ke lapha kubafana beRihanna neDrake bathi ke work bangene nini Thank you so much. My name is Mtura. Thank you. You guys were a lovely audience. Please give it up for your MC as she makes her way back to the stage.
Yeah. Siyabonga kakhulu Mdura. Thank you ever so much. Ay. Mhlonishwa. I'm sorry to disturb you. I think at this point, after Mdura, there is one last item before a vote of thanks. Before I introduce our next speaker, Stella umshayeli we OSD 029CH, nemshayeli we double SSD 213 AS. Avele emotweni yakhe. Ngisola sengitibithe tonke timoto letlandlini. Ngicabanga nje ukuthi asale ngisikhipha lesimemetelo sima unemoto engicela uyoyihlola. Hayi bantu bakethu asang memetele kangakathi moto emcimbeni. At this point, I would like to welcome a friend of EPA, Umhlonishwa Babelutho Dlamini, those that fondly know him and have worked with him. Bambita Umhlonishwa Skelem. Ndawucela umlangeni nimemukele. He's got an item on the program that will possibly only be done by a man with his skill set. Ngicela nimemukele ngikumshayela tandla.
Sicela kunmukela nonke bothishela nhloko ma guests la khona. President nginayo isudu but ngibonela ukuthi kunethi ngene nayo senginethiwe angiyontshintsha. So ningangibida lenye langa ndayifaka ukuthi besiyanethwa le. Nginibongele lo sinakucala lelitulu bese nilange khatsi. You know, it's one thing ukuthi somebody actually ethi imoto yakho ilimele elfastelo. But lokhu ngivelele namhla afela amafastelo ngila imotweni. Kwangena lelitulu ahohlokile so ngibona into lengazange sengiyibone ethi kanti lento lesifunza ngato tiyendeka. So ngitamala ukuthi ngithandaze kahle ukuthi ngalesikhathi intela. So your God was with you. I can't say the same about mine. But sithi lapha kufuneka semukele ukuthi EPA, it's a young organization that needs our support financially and otherwise. So the head teachers or headmasters banesicelo lokuthi nisibambise to strengthen and grow this organization. Headmaster, the only time labafana nemalunga eParliament ngilesikhathi ku-admitwa abantwana. You behave like MPs immediately basuke elukhethweni. Abanamsebenzi namuntu futhi abangeneki. So this namhlanje normal. Ako admitwa umuntu la. Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngicela nje singaka end my pledges react a few things that I've seen njengemuntu lomdzala nemuntu lokhona kupolitiki. I want to congratulate you for the type of a guest speaker you had and the other speakers. Congratulations. I think this is the kind of talking we need to be involved in. Nangithola le invitation, there was another friend of mine, bengimema tagetela. What's he ututawulunga lapha ututawusuka ipolitiki. And I said that then I should go there, I'm a politician. I want to say tonight, I'm a little bit disappointed there was no politics. So ngemuso ningabonga ubita nakutabanje. Sito si ready sitabane ma fireworks. Nekukorrekita umsa wami la dalati. Uthi ngaba MP bangamxosha ekseni. Nokumsita nje wengosi ithi parliament starts at 2:30. So there's no way la ngaxosheka ngayo ekseni. So angachubeka lingenele likhetho. We sit from 2:30, so ngeke azaxosheka ekseni. And finally, ikusho tishala ukuthi as a new organization, I want to pledge my support as a legislator. Good stanbambisa because you exist for a good reason. And incidentally, tomorrow we'll be finalizing, discussing what they call Educators Council Bill. You've heard about it. It's a very funny piece of legislation. But and I raised the question, education, maniswambile PS, good see, lenhlangano yabo headmaster or head teacher, ingakuphi la kulo mthetho. And I will share with you their response. Itakujabulisa noma itakuthusa. Anyway, sitawubambisana sisebende bothisha labamcoka etimpilweni tethu sonke la. I was once a minister and I had a child afunza kulesinye isikole la kaManzini. So he comes back, a primary for that matter. Nangimvusela uthi kanti nguwe lo lodla imali namswati le yethu tsine bantu la. Yena mfana uyithatha inkulumo lengcole kanje. Asithi no sitshelwe ngithishela lesikolweni. Manje ukubitileni wakutshela usinabe khuluma nje leclassini walifaka leligama lakho. Sengisho ukuthi teachers inimcoka kakhulu, you shape the opinions abantu abethu. Ngicela sichubekene. Sifuna imali bazalwane, ngibona ungazuthi seniconcentrate la ekudleni bekunamdura la nihleka nikhala tinyembethu ngaba njani sijabulele lokukhipha le mali because we need to strengthen this organization. Yenu, yethu, it has a purpose and we need to grow it. So we are going to ask you to make a simple pledge. Let us sit to run this organization. I've had a few friends, Lenkulmenabo chairperson, who have also pledged to support. Nasi sugala, ndawucela lothi ngithole nalama account details. Nekuthi isainelwa bobani le mali nayiphuma. Sesiphelile ngale mali lekathiwa ukuthi ibese isainelwa bobani. So ndawumikisa lama signatories ukuthi naba laba. Imali ikhona bothishela. You know, I was looking at this thing ngibani lo spouse lesebenza ebhange la. Anyway, they are saying in the world there's about 40 trillion American dollars in circulation and about 1.3 quadrillion American dollars my investments and everywhere. So there's a lot of money out there. The question is, how much money do you have for this organization? So we need to raise money from these guys. Ngicela sibambisane sende lo msebenzi ube lula so that isitosebenza kanye kanye. La matafuleni sibeke emaphepha ekupledge. You know the panelists, the panelists as they were talking about the challenges. Ngibonile lokho ukuthi nonile man nganifake thina sake saba dinduna te investment ngase nisite kakhulu. But one thing that I remembered basakhuluma la debating, there were three guys who were trying to open a business and competing opportunities and the like. The first guy, bobabili bebavule ma restaurants. Now the first guy wayakha wasufaka le sign lebhalwe ukuthi the best food parlor is now open. So people could see that. Now the second guy came wavula ngala wambalekela lo. Zama emphasize lento ukuthi ninyanyane ukuthi it might work to your disadvantage. So wabaleka waya ngale wavula naye wafaka iboard ibhalwe ukuthi the top food parlor is now available. Beka ngala now. Now the third guy is watching this. So ufike late. What's no angvule yam la emkhatsini and abhale the title what's the main entrance. So so bonke labantu bebatodla bangena la kule main entrance bakhanza le restaurant. Sengisho ukuthi you know you need to look at opportunities and don't give up easily. The opportunities are there. Kulama phepha la embi kwethu you will just pledge ukuthi wena ungafuna kusibambisa ngamalini towards the organization. We won't embarrass you. Ukuthi siwavule siwabide. Just write, fold it. Bosses will be moving around, collecting them. We will then count only the pledges. Announce that it's tole malini. Otherwise, our target is 100,000. Kube bonke la malunga ale association bebatawunikela lo 360. Besidinga nje only 270 to make 100,000. So sicela nibabambise so that we reach that stage. Sithole le mali sitokhona thi kusebenzele lenhlangano yabothishela. Ngisasho njalo kuna this young lady, where is she? Lamzebela. Very powerful girl. I think I must introduce her to my last born. He is equally powerful. So, kungaphumi bomb lapha. Now, Sisi, are you eating? Sonke basiyekelisile buya ngala. I have good news for you while sanikela. There is a good Samaritan that was impressed by the behavior and the success of this young Konkosi. Then angifuna lokuthi shiyo ngathi yasele good Samaritan ya offerisha ukuthi ufuna kumupha a gadget, brand new by the way, of the choice. Do you understand what a gadget? Oh, so what about a gadget? Have you ever had a gadget?
Yeah, tablets from school.
So you have had a gadget. So guna donala lotsuta kupha a gadget of your choice. Singajabula lokuthe ete ngaphambili sitobonga phosa muhle lo moya lo nje. Idona yethu ingeta ngala nayikhona kepha ngakhanza tsine mahloni njengami. Ayihlale nje lapha. Cheers. It can't be him, so ningahlupheki kakhulu. Siyabonga kakhulu. No. With due apologies. Bekashito lo tsakusuya ayikuthi ngiyamsize nje kuthi ngitaba negadget. The special donor sisi ngicela lothi nawulingise yena happens to be someone who is not a head teacher by the way, but a supporter of the EPA. And not only that, utile la and paid watothenga litafula wahlala la, but so hambile nyana. So it's a young entrepreneur, young lady that runs a business. Bekhulunywa ngaye la ukuthi nanifuna kuyotesta for PCR hambane lifespan. Now we have a reason. Zinhle mathebola udonate a gadget of a choice. Yini lo ifuna kona? Graptizer. Oh, okay. Ucela i-laptop. Mshayele ntandla siyabonga kakhulu sisi. Njenga fundraising wanamhla sisi utawuthi ungayithola le lensha uyilethela ngidayisebenzisa liviki bese kuyayithola. So then we know ukuthi iyasebenta sikathole iphone call. So I will use it on your behalf. No, ngiyadlala bekunene. Thank you very much. Sicela nisigcwaliseleni lama forms. No, lama paper. Mine banwa kabani na inombolo yami. I am pledging so much towards the 100,000. Kepha kunetigwila bomgomethu lidinga sukuma nje dithi nosalenilwela le half sengidayithatha le lenye half akwaliwa naloko bekunene. We encourage such generosity. Bosisi lengisebenza nabo ngicela nisikolekeleni ungayithumela nangemomo SG nangabe bafuna kuthumela ngemomo itsini le nombolo nale nto kuthi uphe kupledge kanzi unayo le mali Let's nombolo stouts ungapledge ufake imomo noma ufake i-wallet kuvumelekile noma kubhale tikhatsi timbi kulamalanga. Bengithi sitawukhuluma ngalama form lawa lagcwaliswa manje sohambile PS okungcono sibeke lelinye ilanga. PS ubone lothi kunamobaleka. Siyacela nisigcwalisele bese abuya ngala. Thank you. Abuye sisitobala siconfirm ukuthi sithole malini. Ito kwathi lenhlangano lensha ukuthi isukume. President wale nhlangano ngiseyinduna emabhizinisi sasiba nenkinga lana siva sekunenhlangano lesukumile ukuthi iyaphi yona. Is it professional noma nayito ufuna imali? Usaka ka decide ukuthi lena itawusebenta njani. But I want to encourage you ukuthi ningashilo ukufocusa kakhulu kule professionalism that we are all about, because my feeling ihambisana nalebesho nguBabe Nathi Dlamini, the future of education is going to change. Nani be prepared ukuthi isikhathi lesiningi usichitha William Pitcher engwane nyalo senda sichithe engcenye because you really need to refocus le thrust yenu. I have a child who's about 19. I sent him to the best school in the country. Wabuya nakacetha form 5. But you know what? I wanted to be a multimillionaire. Lendlela yene kwe university, it's gonna waste my time. Those type of children need help and need understanding. It took a lot of soul searching, but I allowed him to find himself. If I can share with you what he's doing, most of you will not believe this is a Swazi. Saying shots if more than anything else, identify nalokungatsingi to go graduate. These two advam lokuhambelana. Now this is the kind of approach you need to do now. And sabugi nje kuphela ukuthi akaphase akacedzele kepha senibuke lokuthi utabang soma business noma utawucala into lehlukile. Bendilo, kude babe lothi cha asimbambise lo mntwana noma kusasiyo nje madada lokho nje lokuncane to encourage the odokotela. Uthini dokotela? Sisi nang 1000 la uphuwa ngidokotela wa. Buya Nkosi sithatha sithombe nawe. Buya sisi imali le ungaphe kulitshwa la ubuka make emehlweni na imali la. Siyacela dokotela ndo thatha sithombe. Lokuthi sishuthani mntana Nkosi ukubonga nekuthi ke sibe nalobufakazi. Bufakazi nje la. Ngifake nami sisi kulesithombe nguzamele ne. Lo ngimzamele. Nabanbuta nti sasinale event before kube ne COVID. Nesithamthetho akufuneka isibonakale siwephula. Siyabonga mntwana Nkosi sicela nishayele dokotela Tandla. Thank you very much. Buya sis nema forms alesi repapa 78146335 ngila usifakela khona imali. MC kutele ingoma bekakhuluma ngato mdura la manje sive silalela si basakhala lokuthiwa bakhala noma sekwantshintshwa. So we are done. Siyabonga kakhulu Bonkosi sicela lama pledges niwasonzete setawubala lapha sicheke nathi kungena emalini and then sitawubuya sinike report. Siyabonga kakhulu. Lama bosomabhizinisi laba pledgile ngitawiletha nami report ku SG. But nje angicale angigcine ngekumbonga lo Secretary General. You have a very strong leader. Ngasigeti la usilandzele wasilandzela sitha la. Can you give me a round of applause? Usebendile kuthi sigcwale kangaka. It takes leadership to actually have this. Fakazi nguwe Maslon. Kunemhlabelelo welidumo la Fakazi silonje ma MTN Awards by the way kulenyanga le ubongena sengida kuvotela. Meditations of the Heart, the latest CD ya Fakazi uyiphasisi la. Buya Khongosi. Buya nawo noma uvela kushutha thombe la. Ugena la. Buya sis. Tawugcina sohlala la. Ngathi ngicabanga ukunika kumnika nale yami CD lo mntwana. No hayi kuthi kuhlabela mina ngayithenga. Nika ba. Uyawulalela music. Ini gospel. Yeah, ngile gospel mbamba ile beba ehlaba la. This is the really gospel. Man sisa shoot. Sivela kahle ne Bonkosi. Hlunguna lokhanza sekuvela iloki party la. Yeah, bakuphile sisu yakhe idlale it's yours. Okay. Siyabonga. Fakazi beyinye kuphela. Bophethe inye. Oh, buka namuda ngipha siyabonga.
Yi. Wonika MP umbhobho. Mhlonishwa ngicela ungigojodisele. Kune raffle draw so ngicela nibuke amathikiti enu. Kune voucher the 500 malanga ni Pick and Pay. La tayikhipha umhlonishwa nyalo. Yenye Nkosi. Siyabonga Nkosi, raffle ticket number 133. Number 133 ukhona endlini makangekho siyarola. Ngadlala isocial kakhulu. Ukhona buya sihlole make. Asishaye ngelikholo le. Sishanga ukuyibona. Bambi ngilikholo lena lakusile athi I receive le. Ha? 133. Ngicela nimphe i-voucher yakhe. Please come and receive it, Mage. There you go. Ngicela nikhweshelele ngale aton shooter. Madam VP, over to you. Number one, Rusbili, Bashutonang.
Thank you. Thank you. Qiniwe. Ladies and gentlemen, we are left with only 2 items. We are aware of sikhathi. Ngako ke sitawucela nje ukuthi sisale sisinaka sikhathi. Botishela labakhulu, we want you to be home before the curfew. Siyati ke ukuthi kwendekani laba labadzala nabakukhanza ungakalali kanzi isikhathi sekulala sesishayile. May I at this point in time allow the VGS and the OS to come up front. They have a special item to present. Siyabonga. Bandla badzala nitasibeketelela. Bandla badzala, they take their time. And they are bringing goodies.
Siyabonga bonke sicela President. Okay. Okay, we asked the regions, oh, by the way, I'm Tembi Mukwena. I'm organizing secretary, Ka-EPA. We asked our regions to sell tickets out. We told them that there will be a special prize for a region, letabitsengseka kakhulu ema-ticket. Siyabonga kakhulu kuma regions zethu, kutsi basitsengisele ema-ticket. And I'm very happy ngale region lewine le prize. Le region lewinile, sitawucela as National Executive Committee, sicela kubapha 1,000, that is Shiselweni. Ngicela Chairperson Shiselweni to come atong satsela yon. Okay. waqala walila nangisho egroupini ukuthi there will be a special price. She said ngeke bathenge baseshiselweni bakhashana. Siyabonga kakhulu. Oh, no, Thank you. Ha, wanibashaya elitandla libombo my region bengisitawina yona. Asishaya elitandla sonke bonkosi. Siyabonga. Sicela ke nekubonga kulabe sibacelile from bo program director bethu kuta kuma guests ethu. Some of them besithi nasibakhulumisa sisabacela kuta kulomsebenzi basho ukuthi they've got tight schedules but basivumela ukuthi lo msebenzi wethu mkhulu batawuta kuwo. Ngicela kuqala ngamoderator wethu etengembili Dokotela usephumeni. Na PS sohambile minister utawuthathelwa ngubani sitambekela. Sicela na fanele siyabonga kakhulu your presentation nathi nje sibadzala isivulemela. Hey bantu bayadla. Sicela nalota uthathela MTN. Siyabonga kakhulu ku MTN. Basita kakhulu from bo wellness day bayeta baka MTN kube khona labasinika kona. Noma ngabe sine workshop MTN kuba khona la sendela kona. Siyacela batosithathela kwa CEO baka MTN. Ciniwe. Sibonge nakudalati. Where is he now? Uyodla. Naye siyabonga kakhulu. I-presentation yakhe noma silontsha lo msebenzi. His presentation was very good. It was very interesting. Luyanda Mzebele. Where is Luyanda? Come, sis. Tando Fagutse. Tando Fagutse. Na babe umhlonishwa. Siyacela Nkosi utasfulela nawe kumaki. Siyacela Nkosi nawe ukuthi kube khona lesikuniketa kona. Na president. Nawe khona umhlonishwa mni. Ngicela i-organizing committee lapho ngaphandle kodwa babili Mr. Masilela na treasurer. Ngicela GS na treasurer. Nobaya betanga. And I'm introduce. sifuna kubonga ku president. Asesithumile wa committee of 4. Bathi ke la nhlanganweni si resource mobilization committee. So asesithumile wakhabako asimathu setawubuka lo msebenzi asitshele ukuthi siwende njani. But njeke kubabu wakho you are always right. Wenda lokuhle ngaso sonke isikhathi. Siyabonga kakhulu press nekusikhuthata nje besithi noma siyabika kuye athi hayi nita kahle lo msebenzi utawuphumelela. So naye sikhona sipho lesimendele sona ngicela nje. Ngicela ku-introduce le committee bathi angiba introduce. Mina ngithi introduceile kuthi ngithemba imkwena ngala ngendawo seduze primary. Ngumake Gugu Dlamini. She is Vice General Secretary. Usenzongo man. Then sengumphathi mafa wethu treasurer. Ay kulukhuni kuphuma kwemali lapha. Ay sibathe thina sima females la sibathe nakungafakwa nakunana kathi hey you are fundraising here. He is Mr. Msweli Mbofu High School. Then we've got our General Secretary. We are kichimisana nakusetshenzwa. Mane mnele skola sakhe ngiyasikhohlwa babe president isisingisi. Singala basemalandi. Ngiyo ke ikomiti beyilungiselela lo msebenzi. Siyabonga kakhulu. Cela Gugu. Siyatibongela nathi president ukuthi asethembe asinikete lo msebenzi ukuthi siwende. Siyabonga.
Thank you. Siyabonga OS. Angixolise kunjaga botishela labakhulu. We want to give you time for mingling and dancing. Sege, I am a principal myself. Somebody said principals are monsters. When it comes to time, sometimes ngiba a monster. Babe MP, ngiyabonga. We are left with the last item, ladies and gentlemen. And as I have been tasked by the association to do double job, I was program directing with my lady, Diniwe, and I have been tasked, ladies and gentlemen, to say a word of thanks, a vote of thanks on behalf of the association. Because I'm a school principal, ngiyathanda vele tipichi taming dibhala phasi bekunene. I don't speak from the heart because when I start speaking from my heart, I don't stop. Thank you. Oh, siyabonga. There is a contribution from Tichi. What Works is donating some LED lamps to the association. Thank you. Shall we give them a word? Thank you. Thank you. Babe President, could you please come up front to receive a special presentation? Hello. Thank you. Be blessed. What work? It's a solar torch. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, my task now is simple but very important. I have been tasked to thank all of you for having devoted your time to this noble cause. Our most humble gratitude as EPA goes to our program director, Ms. Giniwe Fagutse, for having directed the proceedings in a most respectful, intelligent, passionate way. Thank you very much, Sisi, for your ability to understand and respect your audience. Ladies and gentlemen, we could not have been here if it was not for the stewardship of our courageous and hardworking resource mobilization team. The OS has just introduced them. We want to say thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your unselfish and tireless efforts geared towards the success of this noble cause. Ladies and gentlemen, could you allow me to say my remarks? Could you allow me to say my remarks? Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to say my remarks. Please allow me to say my remarks. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to say a special word of appreciation to our anchor sponsor, MTN Eswatini. Thank you for the support towards the success of this event. We have no doubt, ladies and gentlemen, that our relationship with MTN will go a long way, as MTN has deliberately aligned herself with education in the kingdom. We want to say thank you again to all our sponsors. Thank you for your support, and thank you for the partnership. And we want to say that this is the beginning of great things to come. To our speakers and panelists, thank you for speaking to this forum. We are grateful for the time and effort you took to share your thoughts and experiences with us as educators in the Kingdom of Eswatini. Since this event was just to kickstart a serious engagement and process on the relevance of our curriculum to the times, your comments were very timely, and we believe we have benefited as an association, and thank you. To all of you, thank you for the effort of coming. Thank you for all the preparations. The presentation, the self-presentations were on point. Siyabonga kakhulu, bo principal. We are confident that this occasion is a celebration of our unity and is a celebration of great things to come. I once again, ladies and gentlemen, wish to thank all of you and wish you a safe journey home. Muhle EPA, muhle. Thank you.
Thank you very much, VP. Kungaba kuhle nami ngitibongele kakhulu kini IPA for making sure that I remain aligned to you. Siyacela ukuthi nihambe kahle nifike emakhaya. God bless you, and we will see you definitely at the next event. Thank you.
Thank you.